Hello everybody, and welcome for coverage of the Swedish Poker Masters final table. As we get things underway, you have in front of you the 8 remaining players for the 550 Swedish Poker Masters main event, which was a strictly Swedish only event put on this week at Poker SM Live, held at Banco Casino in Bratislava as ever. Thanks very much for all of you joining, and let us know in the chat who you are supporting, who you're rooting for today. I will do my best to get information on the players as the stream develops. And to those of you guys joining on YouTube, please do feel free to get involved in the chat. Send us a message. Any questions at all, let me know. And we will be getting things underway very shortly. All of the players have had their phones taken away from them because we are on a delay, so don't want to give any unfair information to any of the guys. So first things first, Sögerhelm on the 25k big blind, 25 bigs, 9-6 off. That's going to be in the muck. Mr. Larsen on the short stack there, 145k at the 25k big blind. Ooh, not sure about this shove early position with just the deuce. Not a particularly strong hand to be shoving into 6 people. Don't think the block is quite enough there. We are going to be in the big blind, the big blind and the ante shortly, but ace deuce here into the field, just not going to be quite enough. Mikowski here with a monster stack, 2.9 million he's got there. He finds the call. Hultberg with ace deuce as well. That's no good for Larsen in seat 2. And Canestedt here looking interested, and why not? He's got 2 jacks, so Mikowski's peel is working wonders for him, as he was going to receive an all-in here from Canestedt behind. The peel does look somewhat suspicious, calling the 6 big blind all in. You'd think that a hand like ace king, ace queen would want to reshove. So what are we really calling here? And then folding to the jam. Maybe he does that with a hand like pocket 5s, pocket 6s, which is doing quite well against the opener's shoving range, but maybe not against the rejam for 30 bigs. Could be reasonable. Whether you see that or not in practice, and people just tend to reshove and go with it that way, it's tough to say. But some alarm bells for Canestedt here, just kind of piecing the pieces of the puzzle. That was a bit of got my tongue stuck. And he's going to jam, and yeah, he's going to see the bad news. Yeah, as soon as he gets snapped there, he knows it's GG. Not really worried about the open shover. He knows that guy's going to have a super wide range. Just thinking, okay, well, how are my jacks faring against this button cold call? And, you know, a lot of the time it is going to be this kind of hand. Maybe the 10s, the ace kings, going for the reshove instead of just peeling there. 10-10-3 with 2 clubs. So Canestedt actually has a little bit of a backdoor escape route here via the club exit door. 8 on the turn, and all of a sudden the queens improved to 91% equity, looking to fade 2 aces and 2 jacks. 1.7 million pot, can he do it? King on the river. Mikowski with the double elimination. All of a sudden we are down to 6 players at the Swedish Masters main event. Wow, what a start. So there you are with the chip counts, and at the 25 big blind, 25k big blind, Mikowski now with 150 big blinds. Next with 40 bigs, Flood and Hildebrand, and then a couple of short stacks as well. Let's see if Mikowski starts to push on here, because short-handed with the big blind ante now. There is a lot of dead money there to play for, and a lot of guys that just aren't really able to do an awful lot about it. If he does start to flex his strength and flex his maneuverability onto the rest of the players. So it'll be an interesting one to see how that develops. Queen Jack off on the button, of course. Going to be popping that one up off of the 20 big blind stack. Just big blind only after the double elimination. And yeah, 8-5 off the short stack. Just going to be finding the muck there. Nice little steal for Holtberg. Picks up 2 bigs for not a lot of work. Matson, Jack 8, not going to be doing anything with that. And Hildebrand with the King 10. Looks like he's going to open from +1 here. 6 max now. So he's not +1, he's going to be the hijack. And I would say this is kind of on the cusp. Fairly wide, but and also slightly disrespectful towards this monster chip leader as well, opening sort of the cuspy type of hands. Segerhelm in the small blind again, finding offsuit rags, but maybe Hildebrand just kind of exercising a little bit of battle with the chip leader here, not just going to fold and let him pick up every pot. Going to come in there himself, and until he does something about it. And not a bad strategy to get in the mix there. And it's been a few times in my experience where I've made final tables and you've played and you've seen one guy having all the chips and you're thinking, well, okay, I've got to let him do what he wants. But sometimes that people aren't really sort of exercising the true power of their stack, so you can get away with getting in there with a couple of lighter opens. If they're not gonna do anything about it, then why not? Now under the gun 6, I think he could probably fold the King 10. He does, I like that. Mikowski here, Queen 6 off. He's gonna open it up from the hijack, pretty wide, I would say. You can't really do much wrong with the stack, especially with the distribution as well. Lots of players kind of in there hanging around on 20 to 40 big blinds, just really frozen even just by the open. Segerhelm here, ace 4 suited. If he could see the Queen 6 off, or he could see how wide the Mikowski's opening, he would for sure jam. Facing the 3x open, a little bit scarier. Maybe less perceived fold equity. maybe, I mean, it looks like a range that would include a lot of hands like kind of ace tens, ace jack, sort of like decent hands that don't really flop so well, and just looking to apply pressure to the rest of the lineup, and does take it down. So mixing it up there with the Queen 6-0 for the 3x open, quite spicy. Might be seeing a lot of chip leader flexing, let's say, in the coming few hours. Seven four off would be a little bit of a push. Does put that in the muck. Holtberg, ace-6 off in the hijack. Yeah, I like the decision there. Just getting out the way. It looks like we're up to the 30k big blind level already. Jack-10 off for Segerhelm. Think off of this short stack. Lots of other shorties there. I don't mind the open fold, to be honest. Block-up qualities aren't quite good enough to go for a steal. Maybe want to have an ace or a king at least, blocking the reshoving ranges of your opponents. Matson here in the small blind, queen 9 suited. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Let's pump it in, see what happens. Oh, but the bad news is running into the ace king. Just the ace would be enough to call, let alone a powerhouse hand like that. However, the beauty of the game, no pair, so Matson still having 42% equity. And we are going to be off to the races here. Matson looking for a queen 9, maybe some straighty cards, maybe some flushy ones. Take your pick. And Hildebrand just looking to dodge all of that. So let's see what develops. 10, king 6 with 1 diamond. So piece for both players there. Hildebrand obviously flopping top, and Matson with the gut shot, backdoor flush draw, maybe some other backdoor straight draw opportunities. King of diamonds, hello there. So a diamond or a jack to fade for Hildebrand, having 1 diamond in his hand. And it's a 6, full house for Hildebrand. And we are down to 5 players already. They are flying out here at the Swedish Masters main event final table. Card room manager Susanna congratulating the player, showing him the direction of the cash desk, and Matson there picking up 5.5k for his 6th place finish. Top prize of 27,000 euros, which isn't bad for a closed main event field. Only Swedish players allowed, so great turnout. Many players coming from Scandinavia this week, joining us here as the hotels in the local vicinity are absolutely packed out, and I'm sure the beer tap is going dry as well. These guys absolutely love it. Non-stop cash games, non-stop fun, and a great energy this week in the Banco Casino with these guys, having an amazing time. And why not? What a city. What a great spot for a little poker holiday. If you guys are thinking of joining us here, what are you doing? Get on the website, have a little look at what we've got coming up. Winamax Poker Open. We've also got the festival, the big one, coming up in October. That will be likely to set the record for the biggest ever tournament in Bratislava and Slovakia. So have a little look on the website, bancocasino.sk. All of the information for you guys there. Let's get back to the action, shall we? Queen 6 off in the small blind. Hildebrand just going to check fold the flop there. 8-4 deuce rainbow. It's going to be really connecting with that small big blind check back, whereas you know your small blind limp, you are going to open fold some hands. So on 8-4 deuce, the big blind having a little bit of an advantage there. They're going to have hands like 8 deuce off, 4 deuce off, 8-4 off, that you're not going to maybe be limping in small blinds. So good awareness there, just to get out of the way with the check fold. Didn't really have any equity, and can definitely be facing some tricky spots on a board like that versus the chip leader. Plain sailing for Mikowski at the moment. Just shipping up ever so slowly. And a really good spot for him to secure, let's say, a top 2 in this kind of dynamic. Guys around him not really able to pose much of a threat at the moment. Flood here, not sure what the thinking is with the queen 3 off. One of my pet peeves in live poker. Just time wasting for no apparent reason. Hildebrand here. He's from early signs potentially a player that could cause some havoc here. Potentially someone that could give Mikowski a run for his money. With somewhat wide open with the king 10. Obviously not someone that's scared. Wow, here we go. Mikowski talk about putting the hammer down with the jack 5 off 3-bet on the button, saying no, I've had enough of you, Mr. Hildebrand. You're not gonna just open whenever you like here. I'm the big dog in town. Oh no, and it's a disaster as he's run into the ace king in the big blind. And it's going to get to showdown here, and he's going to look rather silly with his hands in the cookie jar with the jack 5 off. Segerhelm, no choice but to commit the stack. Would be a disaster of a fold this short. He does. And I think Hildebrand here now with the king-queen suited in a tricky spot. Mostly just going to fold there. And Mikowski with the wry smile. Hildebrand there with a little look of what the hell is going on here. The old chippy's 3-bet me with the jack 5 off, and I feel for Segerhelm a little bit. 63% equity, but it just feels like you're a dog in this spot when you see the jack 5 off there. Oh, that'll do it though. Ace jack. And Mikowski is going to need the backdoor quads for any way out of this one. Always nice when the best hand gets rewarded. 5 not going to change anything. Any of the jack or the 5 gives Segerhelm the better boat anyway, and that will be that. So an easy double up there as Mikowski runs into a monster in the big blind. Can't really do an awful lot about that apart from just fold pre-flop, but did end up saving Hildebrand some chips. Maybe he would have raised called the king-queen suited versus the 13 big blind stack. It's hard to say. And an interesting dynamic now as the other players catch a look at Mikowski's 3-betting hand there on the button, thinking, well, this guy is absolutely nuts. And that can be good and bad for the chip leader. Good in the sense that maybe he invokes a bit of, Christ, maybe I should just really wait because he's just going to 3-bet me with the deck anyway. Or it could invoke some fight back. So we'll see how the sort of dynamic develops. A little wry smile there from Hildebrand. Looks like these guys are having a good bit of fun, which is nice. That's one of the better parts of the festival I've seen this week, is just the relaxed and easygoing energy. A lot of guys here, you know, taking a break from their normal duties in their home country, coming over to Slovakia, having some fun, drinking a few beers, playing a bit of cards. And the energy is rather contagious, I would say. Really nice to be a part of. So jacks on the button for Holtberg. Going to be popping that one up to 65k. Nothing in the small blind for Segerhelm. After that double up, he's got 915k, so just over 30 big blinds now. Looking fairly comfortable after getting a little bit dangerously short. Flood in the big blind, 4-3 off. Going to be seeing the muck as well. Holtberg gets through a little still. 2.5 big blind pickup. You love to see it. Mikowski gonna be opening it up with the Queen 8. We've seen him needing not a lot of hand to get involved, which is good. Some definitely decent awareness of his power as chip leader here. Maybe overdoing it a touch with the Jack 5 off, but can never really complain about someone that's showing too much heart. No such thing. If people are going to let you do what you want, why not? Would have been interested to see how his opponent would have continued there with the King-Queen suited. So Flood with the King-Jack here in the small blind, kind of realising the situation, which, you know, usually this kind of hand versus the hijack open, it's not such a great spot. But when you've got a chip leader who's basically opening the deck, all of a sudden all of those King 5 offs, King Deuce suited, Jack 9 offs that wouldn't be in the standard hijack opening range start to creep in there, and all of a sudden our hand is looking pretty nice, dominating a lot of stuff. And yeah, not really catching anything on the flop, but a decent hand to go post flop with at that kind of small / medium stack depth. Just looking to flop something decent. Most of the time your connectivity with the flop is going to be centered around kind of top pairs or good straight draws, so rather simple one to play post flop. No luck this time, and Mikowski once again just creeping through, adding to the stack. Sega Helm here, and the cutoff, gonna let it go. Flood, ace 4 suited, lovely hand to pop it up with on the button, for sure. Mikowski in the big blind, 8-3 offsuit. Just gonna let that one go. Easy, simple decision for him. Mikowski here, 5 deuce suited. Let's see if he's going to do anything there in the small blind. I imagine so, based on what we've seen so far. He's going to raise to 70k. A little bit small of a sizing for my liking, although he is up against a short stack here, 20 big blinds. Does get the dominating hand to fold, which is always a good result. So maybe there is merit for the smaller sizing there. I think still you'd want to be going like 2.7x at least, just to really force out even the suited variants. You know, like this kind of 10 deuce suited, these kind of hands that dominate you. You make their life a little bit easy for this tiny size. I believe his opponent was the shortest stack, so not having like a massive amount of ICM pressure on him there. So maybe we can lean on him somewhat more efficiently with a slightly bigger size there. But gets the job done, easy game. Well, Mikowski hasn't needed much so far to get involved, but looking down at the King-Queen will look like the absolute mega nuts to him. And opening the button here, 30 big blinds effective, ace-jack suited. I think you can just jam here, to be honest. You're going to take it down so often with the big blind ante and play as well. Even more incentivized to go for the steal. Yeah, I love this. Good stuff. You don't want to be messing around with the 3-bet non-all-in versus the chip leader here. Doesn't take a genius to know he's going to be opening super wide. So look, you've already got 4 big blinds in there. Yeah, about 4.5 big blinds in there. Picking that up with your 30 big blinds as a 15% add to the stack. So Mikowski here looks like he's not snap folding, but I think this would be a disastrous call personally. Facing such a big jam, a lot of the range is going to be hands like ace king, ace queen. Yeah, maybe he does have hands like some king 10 suiteds in there from time to time if he was, you know, the sort of player that's doing some study or something. So it's player dependent, but I think the king queen, from what I've seen in final table configurations, doubling this guy up, letting him up to 1.8 million doesn't seem appetizing. What are we really doing well against here? It has to be somewhat of a competent player to really be having those queen jack suited, king 10 suited type holdings that, you know, most people just peel with the decent post flop playability. So king queen shriveling really versus this 30 big blind range. I think that it would be a losing call here. Folding allows him to continue to have this huge advantage over the table in terms of stack distribution. If he doubles up this guy here for 30 big blinds and loses, all of a sudden he's going to be sub 100 bigs himself. Sega Helm himself would be up to sort of 60, 65 bigs, and that chip lead and the power over the rest of the table would be relinquished. So, a couple of minutes now into the tank. Begs the question, what's he really thinking about here? Tough to say. does eventually find the fold. I believe that to be a wise decision. Not really incentivized to call off somewhat light there with the king high. Giving your opponent a spin for 30 big blinds, just not really necessary. Respect the 30 big blind jamming range there to be pretty snug. I don't think so often at this kind of level you're going to see people there just, you know, piling in any ace or these like suited king X's and queen X's. So I think overall king queen definitely sort of going down heavily in value versus what you'd expect to see there, which would be a lot of, you know, ace 10 plus, pocket sixes plus, something like that, I'd imagine. Jack 10 for Hildebrand here. Would probably usually open this in a 5 max, but seeing as he's seen the chip leader on his left 3-betting him Jack 5 off, he might react to that with a little bit more of a snug opening range, which I think would be the wise move. Queen 7 off for Mikowski. Decides to let that one go. Not sure why. Opened Queen 6 in the hijack earlier, now folding Queen 7 in the cutoff, so could just be kind of a go with the flow kind of player. And Holtberg here with 19 bigs on the button, ace jack. I think this is actually not a bad play because of the big blind ante being so significant. So it's one full big blind, so 20% ante essentially, and that does give you a little bit more motivation to shove here. Ace jack is a hand that, you know, plays okay post flop, but not amazing. 1 second. No. So threes for Holtberg here. Shade over 20 big blinds. Yeah, I like the fold into the chip leaders big. Just the strength of these pocket pairs go a bit down on final tables. It becomes much more important about having some kind of interaction with stronger hands that might 3-bet you. Chips are very valuable at this stage, so opening there with, you know, threes is kind of a hand that, to use the terminology, unblocks all of the stronger hands behind. Doesn't have much post flop playability, isn't strong enough to shove, so just a clear fold. Flood here off the 30 big blinds, opening a little bit chunkier to the 85k, maybe kind of symbolic of the fact that he's not looking to play pots here with the chip leader, but Mikowski looking down at the ace-10, just saying, look mate, if you want to go, let's go. Triangle over here, dealer, wow, he's raised, called it off with the king-queen off. That is a monster punt. Wow. I didn't see that one coming there, just the one chip call as if he had the absolute nuts. Holy moly, this is the power of what can happen if, you know, you show the light 3-bet there, the chip leader with the jack 5 off, and all of a sudden you're getting people raise calling just king high into you for 30 big blinds. And flopping top 2, Mr. Flood, how are you feeling right now? I'm sure rather nervous after he saw the ace-10. I'm not sure what he was expecting to see, but does need to fade the jack. That's a 9. How's your nerves? Looking pretty steely, I would say. Let's go to a river. Jack to fade for the Lottie here in the Swedish Masters. 1.9 million pot, 30k big blind. Over 60 bigs in there. Stream just jumped a little bit there, so I didn't see the river, but it looks like it wasn't a jack, as we are going to see Flood double up. apologies, having a couple of technical issues. We'll get to the bottom of that shortly. I think that we're just going to be changing casino Wi-Fi connection. But Mikowski here with the chip lead. As you see, 89 big blinds, and after doubling up Flood there, who made a somewhat blunder with the King Queen, but got lucky there hitting the King Queen X flop. His nearest competitor on 65 big blinds. Hildebrand here with the pocket kings, hoping for another light 3-bet from the chip leader. Doesn't get it this time. Today's suited for Segerhelman, small here. Looks like he's going to peel. And ace queen for Flood. What's he going to do? Is he going to 3-bet? Looks like it. Those are 25k chips. So looking at a sizing of around 300 by the looks of it. Three, four, five. So he's gone. We've had an open to 75 call, and he is going to shove. And with the pace of how quickly Flood called the jam with King Queen, I'm not gonna. I just can't see him folding here really. 5 max. Surely the plan wasn't to 3-bet fold hand as strong as Ace Queen. If we're doing that, we might as well have just shoved. So we don't get ourselves into this spot. He is kind of realizing the strength of his opponent's range. But 33 big blinds. You can easily see 10s, jacks, maybe even an ace jack suited, ace 5 suited from time to time popping in here. I think with 365k there, 800k to call, you know, getting 2 to 1, it seems a no-brainer. The only hand you're really crushed by is aces. He's not happy. Does end up flicking it in, and a huge pot here at the Swedish Masters main event. 550 buy-in. Players have locked up around 7k at the moment, but we are playing for a top prize of 26,000 euros, so getting a little bit sweaty over there for Mr. Hildebrand. Fading that ace is going to be a requirement for him to remain in the tournament. Let's see what develops. Ooh, 2 diamonds, offering some backup for Mr. Flood. 7 of spades will be a nice one to see for Hildebrand now. Just the ace and the ace only as a get out of jail free card for Flood. Hildebrand looking for any card except the ace. 3 outs to come. Once, can he hit? No. It's the 6, and kings get the double up, all the way up to 2.4 million now, and really posing a threat to Mikowski as second place changes hands. Mikowski here, opening it up, ace-7 off. Easy open as the chip leader. And small blind, flood, gonna peel with the queen-9 suited. I think that's fairly reasonable versus how wide we know Mikowski to be getting in there with. King-6 suited, I think you could make an argument for squeezing here. You've got this fairly capped small blind range, and then also the chip leader who's been seen to be, you know, super wide 3-betting hands like Jack-5 off, opening it up with Queen-6 off in the hijack. So King-6 suited there, you got some decent playability. If you do get peeled, it's, you know, not a complete disaster. We can still flop something such as this King-high board, 1 heart. It does lead out. I'm not really too sure about that. With the chip leader going to be probably oversee betting this board just based on some of his tendencies. I think he's going to see this kind of like king high dry rainbow board and just think, okay, I'll bet a third pot or something like that. So freezing out a guy with a mega wide range here with a kind of weak top pair, not the play I'd be going for. Not sure what Flood's thinking about now. Just a backdoor flush draw, backdoor gut shot really. Maybe just contemplating what he's going to have for dinner. Who knows? Oh, I don't think he knew it was on him. That explains that. So yeah, Hildebrand there with an unorthodox lead. Takes it down, maybe lost a little bit of value. Should his opponent have stabbed that one there. So 5 players left here at the Swedish Masters main event, the 550 Bayern. Playing for a top prize of around 26,000 euros. It was an invite-only event for Swedish players or residents, and I think over 300 people have made their way from the great country of Sweden to join us this week for the festival and cash games, and we've had lots of tournament action on as well. If you've been watching some of the coverage this week and would like to get a slice of the pie, then we've got much more of this kind of stuff coming up with the festival in October. Have a little look on the website or on the socials for at the festival OG, of course, or any of our own socials here at Banco Casino. All the information will be there. So Hildebrand here popping it up with 10-8 suited. Going for a 3x open. Mikowski, Jack-9 suited in position. Gonna call. And yep. We've got a slightly over half pot bet here from Hildebrand. And a call from the Jack-9. Ace. Pretty much... not really a scare card here. I think Hildebrand could consider betting again. Mikowski not going to take the bait there. And the board runs out pretty badly for Hildebrand here. Some flushes are now completing. Does look like he wants to bet. Not really sure why. Maybe just targeting a 7 or a deuce. Gets a bit thin at that point with the amount of improves on these cards, and does also not allow his opponent to potentially take a stab as a bluff, you know, with hands like 6-5, 10-6, 10-9, Jack-9, Jack-10. So those ones snap fold, and then, you know, you get called by a lot of better hands. You get raised sometimes as a bluff. So I think check calling there with the 10-8 would have been the favourable way of going about it. Ace King for Segerhelm. Opening it up, Hildebrand with the off-piste 3-bet here with the pocket deuces. Not a massive fan of the hand selection here. Just not really blocking any of the strong hands. Your opponent is on a medium stack. Not really that incentivized to open the pot here. So going to be fairly snug. Deuces just having no interaction with any of the stronger hands in his range. You know, if you use a hand like, I don't know, King 8, King 9 suited, Ace 10 off, Ace Jack, Ace 5 suited, these kind of hands, you have some kind of interaction with stronger parts of the range, like the Ace Kings, the Aces, the Kings, blah blah blah. But the Deuces obviously just a bit of a disaster here, because now he's going to probably 3-bet fold to the shove, and he would have had 50% equity. So hence the phrase off-piste, I would say. A little bit ambitious here. I think you want to just fold the deuces here versus this open, give some respect to the medium stack opening off of 30 big blinds. Not likely to be that light, especially as the table has been fairly aggressive pre-flop, but that one's going to sail through, and nice little pickup there with the Ace King. Hildebrand here, Ace 10, and Holtberg, Ace 4 off in small. Not going to be enough hand to consider doing anything, I think. Would be a wild shove. No need to take that one. 10-3 off for Segerhelm. Coming fresh off of a double and a 4-bet jam getting through, he's going to be feeling pretty happy with the way that the final table's gone for him. Came in really short, and he's in there competing, 40 big blinds. Definitely got a shot at the glory now. And 5 left. Should be around average stack, I'd say. It looks like we've got about a 30 to 35 big blind average, so Mikowski the main danger at the moment. He's been a little bit card dead the last orbit or so, but as the chip leader, definitely gonna be exercising that advantage over the rest of the table. Hildebrand as well, 2.5 million. He's getting in the mix. You can see that he's not afraid to splash about a little bit. And I beg your pardon, just seeing that Hildebrand now is actually the chip leader after that series of events. Apologies, just working on some of the technical stuff in the background, trying to get a better connection for you. We have here Kings for Flood versus the ace-8 suited of Hildebrand. Unavoidable confrontation by the looks of it for 20 odd big blinds BVB. And Flood just looking to fade the ace. To get back in the mix, up to 1.5 million would be right in the pack. And he does fade, so lovely double up there. Timely find of the King. Nine-5 off, finding its way into the Muckville. Going to be the same for Mr. Segerhelm here. Yep. And so Hildebrand now down to just 60 big blinds. No panic really. Oh, we're onto the 40k big blind level, so things move in fairly sharpish. And he does open it up to the 2.7x size. Don't mind it. Facing a tricky board here with the King Queen, 6-3 deuce, two-tone. Mikowski trying to open the keys to the bank here and take the loot with the Jack 10. And I like the decision to check call here. King Queen, still a decent amount of hand on the 6-3 deuce. Lots of clean turns. 3 pairs on the turn, and does Mikowski elect to go for the double barrel? I don't mind it having the jack of clubs. Using it as some sort of future blocker, block some of your opponent's continues in the form of the, you know, Queen Jack, King Jack, Jack 9 of clubs that might have just check called one on the flop. Now just really targeting ace highs, maybe a hand like King Queen for example, putting some pressure on those kind of hands. Maybe even hands like ace deuce for example. So it's kind of medium-ish sizing on the flop and then somewhat of a size down on the turn now. Going 200 into 500 does get the fold from Hildebrand, but wasn't a snap fold there. You seem to kind of figure out something was up, but just unable to pull the trigger there, and not really the kind of hand that you want to be doing much with anyway. I think the flop check call is quite reasonable, but just giving a little bit of credit there to the big blind range. Can definitely have a lot of connectivity and stronger hands on that kind of board. does end up letting it go. Mikowski, 9-3 suited on the button. Don't see any reason not to open. And he does. Looks like he's going to go for the 100k sizing. A little bit chunky, I think. Raising into two shortish stacks. Just, you know, saving a couple of chips for when you get jammed on. I think that the 80 or 85k kind of sizing much more reasonable. E7 a little bit too weak to shove for 32 bigs, but plenty of hand to be able to just flick in the call. Maybe do go to a flop here. 9-5 deuce, 2 hearts. Swing and a miss for the ace-7. And Mikowski, 9-3 suited, flopping top pair. Usually going to see a bet here. Could be a decent one to check back from time to time, but I think with the chip lead and the sort of pressure he is able to put on his opponents, a small size would be preferred. And you could almost just kind of range bet this board, having this significant chip lead. Target some snap folds in your opponent's range, you know, hands like Jack 10, 10-7, this kind of stuff. Not going to be sticking around, just get rid of it. And yeah, works the treat with the small size, picking it up and extending the chip lead now for Mikowski, who straight out the gate seems a clear favourite for the win. Maybe has overdone it somewhat at times with the aggression, but clearly decent understanding of the dynamic, and can't fault him for trying. So Jack 9 off for Hildebrand here, who's taken a little bit of a beating over the last couple of orbits. He'll have to kind of retreat back into his shell somewhat as a medium stack now. Oh no, Jack 9. Oh, it is suited, sorry, but I still think a little bit too wide. With the chip leader on direct left. Tight suited for Holtberg on the button here, not really much of a decision. Is he going all in, or what's... Wow, he does shove 470k as he picked up some sort of live read, but my god, he runs into ace king again. Segerhelm, second time he's been lurking in the blinds with the monster hand after some action going before him. Fairly loosey-goosey action as well, with a kind of a bottom open with the jack-9 suited and a very loose shove with the 10-8 suited. So utter carnage unfurling here, and a great time to look down at the ace king. No messing about, just going to be re-jamming that one in there. I hope. Anyway, let's see what develops. Do eventually see the jam. Flood not having much. Would need a hell of a lot of hand to be able to be getting involved here. 10-8 suited now for Hultberg, and he's actually kind of lucky in the sense that his hand does have a decent amount of equity versus the ace king. Not sure why he shoved it in versus medium stack under the gun open, but I guess we'll never know. So ace king up against the 10-8 suited. Who do we fancy? 1.1 million in there would be a great pickup for Segerhelm to get himself up to near the chip lead. Whoa, king high board, 2 diamonds. That's a final table sweat if ever you've seen one. Both players flopping a big piece. Diamonds required, or it will be a 5th place exit for Hultberg here in the Swedish Poker Masters main event. What can we find on the turn? It's a king. So now that does take out the... Let's just see what's going on. Yep, that does take out the ace of diamonds as an out. So 6 outs once as the queen of diamonds has been folded for Hultberg, or he's going to be hitting the showers. And it's another king, so poker for Segerhelm. Mikowski with the 10 deuce, king deuce, sorry. Gonna give that one a miss. 10-6 off for Segerhelm here on the button. Not quite enough hand, I think, to be popping it up. Does let it go. Queen 6 suited for flood, very playable. Small blind versus big blind. I think limping here is just fine. It's kind of a hand you don't really want to ISO pre-flop. Getting 3 bets a disaster. Happy to limp call. Both players completely whiffing the flop with diamond, diamond, spade, and we're seeing clubs versus hearts. And Flood is going to stab at this board. Going to get the job done on this occasion because his opponent literally couldn't have missed harder, but maybe not the best hand selection there for a stab. But a strategy that does work extremely well, you know, limping in and just kind of stabbing any board for one big blind. Very simple, but in many lineups, extremely effective. Sega Helmer picking it up with the ace-8 off and getting that one through. Flood getting that one through with the ace-9 there, not facing any resistance. Nice little pickup. And 4 left. Now an ante of 25% with this big blind ante that plays so significantly on these final tables that we've seen here across the last couple of months. Just so much out there which really incentivizes stealing, much wider play, and the people that adjust to that are going to be the ones taking home the cash. Mikowski doesn't need anything as much as ace-queen to open, but we'll be happy to see it. Pops it up to 100. Sega Hellman's small. Nothing to be done there with the 10-3. Wow, here we do have something cooking up here. Queens versus the ace-queen. Imagine Flood 3-bet here, something around 320, 300 to 350k, I guess, that kind of region. How deep are they? We're on 40 big blinds, so just a shade under 40 bigs effective. Got an open to 2.5, so we want to be going sort of 8 bigs, something around 320, I guess. Goes a little bit chunkier, don't mind it. The only issue is the bigger you go, the less perceived fold equity your opponent will have. Yeah, Mikowski going for the jam and snap call. And we are going to be off to, well, not quite the races, but we're off to a big all-in confrontation here. Mikowski needing that ace quick time, and Flood looking to fade the Barry Greenstein. Can we find an ace for Mikowski? Would give him a massive chip lead. We don't. Two hearts, though, gives a little bit of interest. A couple of backdoor draws as well. Interesting cards. Let's say the King of Hearts for the Mega Swap. Four of clubs is Brickington. So now the 8 and the 8 only, and Flood here, having been very short, has one card away from being the chip leader. Can he fade it? Yes, he can. Another timely double for Mr. Flood. So as you can see, changes to the chip configurations as we saw Mikowski winning that huge all-in in the first hand. Queens versus Jacks versus Ace Deuce holding there. That got him up to a monster chip lead, and since he hasn't had the best of it really. A couple of very unfortunate situations, but 4 left and all to play for. 66 big blinds for the chip leader, 22 bigs for the shortest stack, so gonna see a lot of poker. Not just gonna be push fold, which is nice. And Segerhelm with the button open there, just getting that one through. 9-7 off, not interested in defending. I think that's a little bit tight with the big blind ante there. We are kind of forced to have to defend that big blind, just because of the price we're getting. So, as the shortest stack as well, it's not like we are completely coffined there. I think we could maybe get away with the peel. And Segerhelm now ace-4 off. I think this is a fine one to open as well. In the cutoff, decent blocker. And it's a hand where if you just get 3-bet or jammed on, then so be it, you know. Just with this big blind ante again, once again, playing 25% ante, it's absolutely massive. It really does incentivize you to open a little bit wider. Mikowski here with the 8-5 suited. He's going to have 60k into 240, so 4-1, easy call. Just waiting for the stream to catch up slightly. Hildebrand, ace-9 off. Easy open for him. He makes it. Is that 125? No, 100. Yeah, fair enough. That's a bit more reasonable. Segerhelm here, defending the small blind versus Hildebrand's G-Open, and wow, snap checks back on the Jack 4-3 rainbow. You can definitely get away with betting every hand there. Segerhelm's going to be faced with, I'm assuming, to be quite a heavy kind of ace high, maybe a hand like pocket tens from time to time, kind of check back range. And on the Jack, does he want to go for a bet now? I think it's fairly obvious what his opponent has, but he does just surrender the pot. Ace-9 going to be good enough to take it down. Sorry guys, still having a couple of teething problems, but I think things should be back to normal. Mikowski there opening with the pocket fives, facing the 3-bet from Flood. Just getting out of the way there. Seems pretty reasonable. Queen 6 suited for Segerholm here. I wouldn't mind seeing an open. Don't think the chip lead is going to do an awful lot about it, and he does open into the kind of shortest stacks in the blinds that aren't going to be able to do much. Again, you got that big blind ante in play. Does entice a slightly wider range to attack that dead money in there. And Mikowski is all in by the looks of it for 1.2 million. No decision here with the Queen 6. Just going to let that one go. And the steal attempt doesn't work. Didn't get to see what Mikowski was operating with over there, but I'm sure he had some kind of hand. So limp pot pre, Mikowski just coming in for the limp with the Queen Jack. Checking the flop as well, a little bit tricky and trappy. And doesn't get a bite out of the 8. Might want to start betting now. Charging these kind of worse hands, maybe some kind of gut shots, worse pairs. It's like the 8-3 here will have to come along, see one more at least. Five on the river is a brick, and Mikowski looks like he's just going to take it to showdown. Maybe could have squeezed out one more bet there. What's going on here? He can't have 8-3 off, right? Mikhalski's opening the button. Looks like a call from 8-3 off in the small blind. I don't think that's got to be some kind of graphical error. He's been playing very, very solid. It might be the hand he had last time, and just not refreshing or something. I've got no idea, but we do go check, check, check on the flop. Jack of spades on the turn. If you are going to flat 8-3 off, you're going to have some kind of plan. Maybe this is the time. And what's that? About 175. Fairly chunky size. Just hoping not to run into anything, but he has run into the 9 there. Flood with the check mark. Flopping trips here. He's got himself a customer in the form of completely zero equity bluff. A little bit of Hollywooding there. But just taking his time to think about the decision. Does elect to call. I like it. Lots of good things can happen. Your opponent can continue bluffing. You might look a little bit too strong to raise here. So calling seems a good option, and I think once we arrive at the club on the river, if we are going to start V-pipping hands like 8-3 off versus an open, we get this kind of run out, we got to go for one more. I think something in the region of 475. That 3/4 pot would be the sizing I'd advocate. Yeah, he's reaching. I like the decision. Obviously, the hand pre-flop is a complete disaster, but at least finding the heart looks a little bit too small. Don't think we're really putting much pressure on a jack for that kind of size. So all we're really achieving for that size is getting hands like Queen 10 to fold, Queen 8 to fold. Obviously, like there are still some straight draws that bricked. And yeah, 250k gets called by Flood. He increases the chip lead. We're going to be back soon. Thanks for joining us here at the Swedish Poker Masters main event in Bratislava. And don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
Där befinner vi oss. Jag står här med Maurits Altikardes, Head of Poker. Ja, ni hör ju själva, så fin titel. Poker Listings, mediapartner till Sveriges SM.
Varför?
Ja, exakt. Varför?
Nej, men jag tror att det är... jag vet att det är liksom... det är extremt bra synergier. Det är uttjatat ord, men det är inte så konstigt att det är event som kanske är absolut mest roligast för den svenska poker-communityn, SM. Också då liera sig med en portal, kan man säga det. Pokerportal som verkligen bryr sig om den svenska poker-communityn. Så det är en win-win. Nu kommer jag använda många såna engelska termer för att det är lite så jag rullar. Men du, jag vet att du älskar det. Men för mig är det en no-brainer. En low-hanging fruit. Du hör, jag har hur många som helst på lager.
What is this?
Yes, men det är inte så konstigt.
Själva, så fin titel. Poker Listings, mediapartner till Sveriges SM.
Varför?
Ja, exakt. Varför?
Nej, men jag tror att det är... Jag vet att det är liksom... Det är extremt bra synergier. Det är uttjatat ord, men det är inte så konstigt att det är event som kanske är absolut mest roligast för den svenska poker-communityn, SM. Också då liera sig med en portal, kan man säga det, pokerportal som verkligen bryr sig om den svenska poker-communityn. Så det är en win-win. Nu kommer jag använda många såna engelska termer för att det är lite så jag rullar. Men jag vet att du älskar det. Men för mig är det en no-brainer. Det är en low-hanging fruit. Du hör, jag har ju många som helst på lager.
What is this?
Yes, men det är inte så konstigt. Du vet ju själv, vi är ju från svenska poker-communityn. Vi tycker ju om SM. Nu sitter ju på olika stolar, det gör ju du också. Men då att få med listings ombord som verkligen tror på SM, som vill synas, som arrangerade Pokerlistings Deep Stack. Vilket vi då gör med olika typer av internationella events ute i Europa också. Internationella events ute i Europa, hörde du den? Att då kunna ta det konceptet även hit, för att det är inte så att vi kör Pokerlistings Deep Stack i alla live-turneringar som finns, utan det är ju selektivt, vi väljer ju. Och det är också ett bra sätt för att få ut vårt brand, såklart, vårt varumärke. Och binda samman allting. Det är bara positiva konsekvenser av allting.
Jag får stoppa dig lite där. Det kommer livebloggas och man kan titta bildvis också.
Det kommer bildbloggas och livebloggas, exakt. Nej, men vi har ju en fotograf på plats som tar jäkligt sköna bilder. Lägger upp dem på pokerlistings.se där man då också kan följa själva livebloggen. Och där har ju vi, törs man säga hans namn? Vi har ju Björne Lindberg som är kanske Sveriges mest missuppfattade och återförföljda pokerproffs enligt honom själv. Som kommer att skriva relativt ofiltrerat i ett par dagar, och sen så har vi en ny stjärna som vi ska försöka jobba in i svenska bloggscenen som kommer in också. Så att det kommer vara 2 bloggare som jobbar dygnet runt med att skriva på sitt sätt, livebloggar, och sen då bilder.
Och vilka kanaler följer man här? Vad skriver man in för webbadress?
Pokerlistings.se. Jag sa det alldeles nyss, men du lyssnar inte på mig så lika lite som jag lyssnar på dig. Så där kan man absolut gå in.
Det finns även något som heter Twitch, va? Kan farbror berätta?
Twitch är ju en webbaserad tjänst. Vi pratade tidigare om Skype och du sa att det var så jävla gammal som använde Skype. Men i alla fall, skitsamma. Twitch, absolut. Man går in och tittar på stream. Vi streamar ju från 5 eller 6 olika events, eller 5-6 olika dagar ska jag säga. Streamingschemat är inte klart ännu. Pokerlistings Twitch. Man kan söka Pokerlistings på Twitch. Eller följa länken på pokerlistings.se.
Så många ord, så lite innebörd.
Jag vet ju vem som ska kommentera. Han som var med i Sagan om ringen som spelade en av de här dvärgarna.
Björne Lindberg?
Nej, det är fan du. Ja, du ska kommentera lite grann. Sen har vi Välutan-gänget. Vi har Tony från labbet. Vi har Olof Haglund. Och säkert en del andra prominenta gäster som vill kommentera lite. Skratta åt folk.
Och hela den här streamgrejen drar igång 18.00 idag tisdag med finalbordet, eller de 2 sista borden faktiskt, av Pokerlistings Deep Stack.
Precis, vi börjar med ett feature table. Det är 9 svenska kvar av 13 stjärnor. Det kan bli rätt intressant. Då är Krippo, stjärnan, är på andra plats nu. Men absolut, vi börjar med ett feature table som det så fint heter. Och sen när vi kommer ner till finalbord så, då är det bordet vi streamar. Börja idag.
Logiskt. Tack för att du var med oss här. Nu har vi slut på ord.
Tack så jättemycket själv.
Lycka till under veckan.
Ja, jag ska försöka. Tack.
Relax. Cola Mango. Novinka.
Pozor, pohov. Všetky sídla.
Vyhrajte čistinky z Lidla.
Ja, mina damer och herrar där hemma i stugorna, välkomna till Bratislava. Det har blivit dags för årets poker-SM, Pokerförbundet och pokerevent. Jag har lite prominenta gäster här jag ska presentera för alldeles strax. Nej, de kunde inte komma, men jag står här med Maurits Altikardes. Välkommen Bratislava, vad är dina tankar?
Ja, vad ska man säga? Det är skönt att vara här igen. Jag har varit här några gånger, kört x antal events, väldigt lyckade sådana. Men första gången vi kör SM, jag är supertaggad och jag vet att det här kommer bli bra. Jag är så taggad att höra vad folk, inte där hemma men de som är här, kommer att tycka nästa vecka när de är tillbaks i Sverige hur jävla bra det har varit här faktiskt. Så att jag ser fram emot den här veckan. Jag är taggad. Till skillnad från allt till vänster om dig.
Ni hör, självförtroendet är på topp som vanligt hos den här mannen bredvid mig. På min vänstra flank, Pokerförbundets ordförande Robert Svedin. Vi är i Bratislava nu, vi har bytt från Tallinn. Det här är lite annorlunda mot kupolen hemma i Borlänge. Hur känns flytten hit? Hur känns veckan som kommer?
Det känns riktigt bra. Som sagt också, var det här en gång tidigare liksom, och allting runt omkring var toppen då. Jag förväntar mig exakt lika bra om inte bättre nu. Så jag förväntas full.
Vi smygstartade lite grann igår. Vi hade Pokerlistings Deep Stack med nära 100 spelare. Det spelas finalbord på det som ni kan streamas som ni kan se senare idag. Vi har på riktigt drar igång idag dock med Sviten special. Det är ju ett spel som du inte kan. Men vad dina tankar om alla discipliner som är på väg?
Vi ska inte i detalj prata om sviten då eller?
Nej, för du kan ju inte.
Jag kan ju. Det var jag som, det vet ju folk att det var jag som uppfann sviten. Det står ju på Facebook. Men nej, det är inte my cup of tea, det är det inte att spela sviten. Oavsett så vet ju vi att sviten-eliten, spillrorna från olika delar av Sverige tycker ju om den spelformen. Och traditionsenligt så börjar ju SM, riktiga liksom, SM-starten är ju sviten som disciplin. Idag 16.00 sätter det igång. 2 dagars event. Utöver det så tror jag att schemat innehåller några riktigt bra discipliner. Några nya och några som vi har gjort om lite grann. Det är 31 stycken events till skillnad från tidigare, så att det är poker around the clock.
Jag får stoppa dig där för vi har bara 8 minuters band i kameran. Robert, jag vet ju att du kommer att spela något event kanske eller 2 under veckan. Är det något speciellt du ser fram emot?
Jag har ju en titel att försvara från PLO nu är den i slutet på veckan och på lördagen. Sen blir det väl alla PLO-turneringar, main event. Försöka få in så mycket spel som möjligt, men samtidigt liksom vi har lite att göra runt omkring det. Men jag är riktigt taggad.
Då hälsar vi er återigen välkomna till Bratislava, Svenska Pokerförbundets SM för i år. Ni följer det bäst på vår mediapartner Pokerlistings sida. Det kommer att livestreamas, det kommer att live-rapporteras och en hel del annat.
Pornografia. Príjemné pocity.
Ja men hallå hörni, då är vi tillbaka från Svenska mästerskapen i poker Bratislava 2022. Det är dags för en av de första intervjuerna här. Jag står här med en som redan har kvalificerat sig, inte för finalbord riktigt än, men du är vidare i alla fall. Mikael Wolf, först välkommen till Bratislava.
Tack så mycket, tack så mycket.
Och det vi pratar om är alltså Pokerlistings Deep Stack som började redan igår. Det var 90 drygt spelare som började turneringen och ni är 13 kvar nu som ska spela om en liten stund bakom oss här bara.
Ja, det stämmer. Jag tror det var 97 och det är 13 som sagt kvar nu. Så det blir skoj.
Ja, ni är pengarna och Deep Stack skojade vi om här lite. Det började väldigt djupstackat men det är ganska grunt nu. Det är lite lotto och poker kanske i början.
Nu ska vi spela Bingolotto och en stund får vi se sen och in och skjuta första gatorna får vi se om vi lyckas vara kvar. Vi får se. Ja. Det är nog bara 2 som har mycket pengar eller mycket marker. Så att...
det kan svänga fort.
Ja,
så det är ganska grunt för alla.
Ja, så är det.
Du är här vet jag med er klubb APK. Är ni ett gäng som har åkt hit?
Ja, det är många runt omkring oss här. Annars är han som jag har klubben med, han och jag som åkt hit själva då, men sen är det mycket folk runt omkring och klubbarna runt omkring som vi brukar spela hos också.
Så ni är ett stort gäng som känner varandra väl från olika klubbar runt omkring.
Absolut, så är det.
Ser du fram emot resten av veckan förutom att vinna Deep Stacken nu? Vad blir det main?
Main är solklar, ja men det är klart man spelar så att... Eller försöka spela så få turneringar som möjligt.
Men
det är målet för då har man ju gått långt. Då har man ju gått långt. Annars kommer man spela allt i stort sett så att så blir det. Så att,
Du är här hela veckan?
Ja, här hela veckan. Jajamän.
Ja. Men då vi kommer ju ha lite vinnarintervjuer också så förhoppningsvis ses vi igen då.
Ja, men det hoppas jag att vi gör. Det skulle vara kul.
Yes. Lycka till den veckan.
Tack snälla. Tack.
Då är vi tillbaka igen, Poker-SM Bratislava 2022. Jag står här med en riktig profil. Christer Krippo Larsson, först hälsar vi välkommen till Bratislava.
Ja, tackar. Kul, första gången jag är här faktiskt. Kan bli fler besök, mycket trevlig stad.
Och vi smygstartade ju det här hela eventveckan igår med Pokerlistings Deep Stack. 13 spelare kvar i den och du är en av dem. Du har mycket marker.
Ja, hyfsat mycket i alla fall. Jag är väl chip 2 inför dagen och det är ju spännande såklart. Det är ju alltid kul att kunna vara med och hacka där uppe.
Jag kommer ju att live-kommentera det här, de här 2 orden som är kvar. Så att du kan väl räkna med en annan glidning om du skulle göra bort det, men det ska jag väl inte tro.
Ja, det gäller ju att få in markerna med sämst hand och sen ha tur, som alltid. Men det där vet du.
Ja, definitivt. Övrigt i veckan, du ska spela main gissar jag. Har du något annat du siktar in dig på?
Ja, Omaha-turneringarna ska jag försöka spela också och main event och ha kul med communityn, alla dessa fantastiska människor, arrangörer och svenska spelare man träffar en gång om året. Det är en fantastisk upplevelse. Rekommenderas.
Men det här junior-eventet då, mörkpåken?
Ja, ska väl försöka på den också. Du är ju på här, man måste ju saxa sig fram. Det är så mycket tävlingar och så mycket roligt att välja på.
Ni hör ju hur han säljer in det här, så ni som fortfarande sitter hemma och funderar på om ni ska komma hit.
Skynda.
Exakt. Men du, vi kör lite vinnarintervju här under veckan också, så jag hoppas vi ses igen då.
Ja, det misstänker jag.
Lycka till idag.
Tack.
Odolné škvrny? Vyskúšajte Persil Discs a užite si hygienickú sviežosť. Persil Deep Clean Plus.
Då står jag här med Peder Beer, en annan välkänd profil och före detta får väl säga, men är man en gång champ, alltid champ. Svensk mästare, vilket år var du vann main event?
I main event 2013.
2013. Det lät som du har fler titlar där.
Ja, förra året vann jag ju mörkpåken.
Exakt, det är nästan lika fint det, eller kanske ännu finare, eller?
Ja, lite så är det faktiskt.
Ja, det är en merit. Det är ju ett SM som har spelat väldigt länge i mörkpåken. Så att, hur blir det i år? Hinner du spela bägge?
Det får vi verkligen hoppas. Ja.
Du får plats, du hinner vinna main och vinna mörkpåken.
Ja, vi får se.
Men du är kvar också, som vi har pratat med Kripp och Mikael här tidigare. Ett Pokerlistings Deep Stack dag 2 idag. 13 spelare kvar, ni är alla kvar. Hur känns det inför dagen?
Ja, det känns kul att vara med, absolut. Sen har vi inte så mycket big blinds att jobba med och märka, men degen ska in. Vi får hoppas.
Allt kan hända och någon ska vinna.
Ja, absolut.
Ja, men då så. Då ska vi stort lycka till under veckan och så hoppas att vi ses igen. Ja, tack Peder. Då är vi tillbaka med ytterligare en intervju här från Bratislava Poker-SM. Jag står här med Seppo Kentele. Du har åkt hit med Lepok-gänget, stämmer det?
Jajamän, i lag med Capo också. Vi är ett gäng som spelar tillsammans på helgerna. Så.
Ja. Det är en stor community där uppe som kör tillsammans. Absolut. Är det Värmland, säger jag rätt?
Jajamän.
Ja, så att jag bort med här nu för hela geografi, svenska folket.
Nej, det stämmer.
Du spelar sviten?
Nej. Jag bara är ute. Jag kommer att lira main sen.
Ja, okej. Och så du får heja fram grabbarna här så länge.
Jag ser till så de har både mat och dryckbart.
Ja, du sköter den servicen. Någon måste göra det också, så får de göra det åt dig sen då.
Ja, absolut.
När du går till finalbordet.
Så absolut.
Ja. Vad main sa du? Det är förväntningar på veckan, är det huvudmålet?
Ja, så är det.
Ja, men då så. Vi kör ju lite vinnarintervjuer här, så jag hoppas vi ses efter main igen då, om inte
det hoppas jag verkligen med.
Ja, lycka till under veckan.
Tack så mycket. Tack.
Då står jag här med Stefan Bergström, De Capo-profilen. Välkommen till Bratislava.
Tack så jättemycket.
Ni är här ett helt gäng från klubben?
Vi är här ett helt gäng, ja.
Du spelar main dag 1A idag?
Jag spelar main dag 1A och börjar väldigt bra.
Gjorde du det?
Ja.
Berätta mer.
Tredje handen fick jag kungknäckt, den andra kung 10 och vi hamnade i en all-in med jag hade nöten och han förlora.
Så enkelt kan det vara?
Så jävla enkelt kan det vara ibland, men ja, så är det.
Det är några timmar in bara här på dag 1A, men känslan är bra så här långt.
Ja, det måste jag väl säga.
Resten av veckan då? Spelade du sviten igår?
Jag spelar sviten, Busta, spelar som är svindåligt. Men jag ska ge mig på någonting som jag inte har spelat förut på SM och det är mörkpoker imorgon.
Aha, spännande. Så du slutar dag 1A med en bra stack om några timmar här då, sen så är det mörkpoker imorgon.
Det vore ju idealet.
Ja. Har du tränat på mörkpoker?
Nej, jag har aldrig spelat.
då vet vi vem som kommer vinna då. Nybörjarturen. Ja. Du Stefan, ha en bra vecka här nu så ses vi igen.
Det gör vi. Ha det gott.
Tack.
Každé bábätko je jedinečné. Sú tie, čo plačú, tie, čo sú spokojné, tie, ktoré...
Då har vi klämt ihop oss ett helt gäng här framför kameran. Hela gänget från Value Town står bredvid mig här. Vi har Robin, Martin och Daniel. Grabbar, vi börjar med Robin. Sist var det du och jag som pratade. Du sa någonting om att de här grabbarna gjorde något annat då?
Ja, jag tror att de var åt eller så var de bakis. Något av dem. Jag vet inte, de kunde inte dyka upp då i alla fall. Men det gick bra.
Ja, det gjorde det. Nu är hela gänget här. Har ni börjat spela main idag? Du?
Jajamensan. Inte gått så jättebra, nere på 24 000 efter att en fick en stege på mig, men annars är det roligt. Riktigt trevligt att vara här.
Börjar bad beatsen direkt, ni hör ju. Robin, är du med i main idag?
Jajamän, jag har 36 så jag börjar åt rätt håll.
Ja. Du också?
Jajamän, det har börjat bra, 53. Ja. Så det är kul, det är jävligt kul.
Ni har ju ett eget event här också ska vi säga senare i veckan.
Exakt.
Value Town, Horse by Value Town.
Ja, exakt.
För de som inte vet, vad är Horse?
Ja, det är ju ett mixed-game-spel som... jag kan ju knappt reglerna själv, men det är Hold'em, Omaha, Stud-spel, vilket är jäkligt kul tycker jag, att det blir lite om.
Hello, hello, hello. We are back. So a little pick up there for Mikulski. Couple of blinds added to his stack. Four-handed, 25% ante. Should see a lot of action. And as you see there, the Banco Masters just been released. The next date's 24th of October for 250k guaranteed blockbuster tournament. Sega helm here under the gun. Ace-5 suited. Opens it up. Something like 110, yeah, 115k. Pretty reasonable. Six deuce seeing the muck, as does the Queen 8 and Ace Jack for Mikulski. With the 1.4 million, just a shade under 30 bigs. Yeah, just going to be jamming it in here, not messing around. And should get it through. I think Ace-5 would be somewhat of a disaster to raise call here for 28 big blinds. Not really dominating anything, can easily be dominated. And even versus the suited Broadway type holdings, just not really having much of an equity advantage. So does find a good fold. Four suited for Mikulski. Just coming in for a limp probably. Yep, King 6 suited for Sega helm. maybe too much of a middling hand to want to ISO. Happy to just check this one back personally, but Segerhelm having other ideas. Looking like he's going to pop it up to 165, just over 3x. Should get the job done here versus the 7 high. What's Mikowski cooking up over there? Yeah, he does just let it go. Fair enough. King 6 with a decent take. Segerhelm here, 8 deuce, so letting it go. And a walk for the chip leader. Three deuce for Mikowski. Letting that one go. Segerhelm on the button, 6 deuce. Imagine seeing the same thing. And Flood just folding 9-5 suited there in the small blind. Very snug. Getting such a good price to complete, 25k, and there's already 100k in there, and you just need to put in an extra 25k into would be then 150. Yeah, getting an amazing price to complete. Just try and see a flop. Hand suited has a little bit of playability, so a little bit snug there. Queen 5 for Segerhelm. King 9 on the button for Flood. 2.1 million stack. He's going to open it up. Makes it 100 for the min raise. Mikowski, no option but to defend the Jack 8 here versus the min raised, getting a good price. 50 into 250. Whoa! Very tight with the big blind ante, I would say. Maybe a byproduct of kind of waiting for the stack on his right to whittle down somewhat, but most of the tendencies we're seeing from these guys have been extremely tight. Maybe it's because we're sort of starting to get towards the business end. The beginning of the feature table a couple of hours ago was absolute carnage, but maybe he's starting to see people freeze up a little bit. Flood here with the Queen 3 suited. Can look to open this one, I think. Finds the fold. Mikowski in the small blind with 9-4 off. Looks like he understands the situation with the big blind ante. Well, actually, he's raising, going for the small 2.5x with complete air. Interesting. Don't really see this very often. Kind of a small open into the chip leader, who does end up folding. And the reason why it doesn't really make any sense there is because one, your opponent is getting 75 into a pot of 300, so 4-1 to just call in position. And two, we don't have much of a hand, so interesting, interesting little raise there. Cheap still though. If your opponent's going to fold suited hands, then it is an absolute print. Jack 6 off, going to be hitting the muck quick time for Hildebrand. King 3 for Mikowski. Electing for the same. Segerhelm here, 8-7 off in the small. Looking to complete here with that big blind ante, of course. And that's what he does. And he goes check, check. Queen 10 for flood. Okay, a little bit of a piece for both players. Segerhelm with the 8 middle pair, and Flood with gut shot and overcard. I think facing that check back on the 3, we want to start building a pot here with our 8-7. And I think in Flood shoes I would have bet the flop here with the Queen 10, just trying to target some ace highs, some king highs, maybe even pocket deuces, that kind of stuff. Does allow it to just check to the river, and 8 is going to be the winner there. Mikowski here looking down at the King Queen suited, an absolute powerhouse four-handed. Not met with any resistance from the button, that's for sure. And taking it down. C-bet from Flood here with his middle pair. Could just elect to check this one back, I think. Such a middling hand, lots of poor turn cards for us. Might be nice to have some kind of strong hands in our check back range versus an aggressive opponent such as Mikowski. But not the end of the world. Taking it down there with the stab. Eight 4 off. Just gonna let that one go. And Segerhelm did in fact have the pocket 5, so I'm sure he would have been shoving over whatever Mikowski was up to. So pretty slow stuff. Coming back from the break, the gravitas of the situation may be playing a factor now as big money in play. And it can be quite natural for the play to slow up a little bit. Not really seeing any of the wild 3-betting or anything like that we were earlier, although getting rather shallow. So an open with King 10 off on the button. Segerhelm in the small with the Ace-9 suited. He's going to call. Trying to work out if I prefer call or 3-bet here. 3-bet folding seems a bit of a disaster with a hand as strong as Ace-9 suited. So yeah, I think I do like a call. Flopping an ace as well, it's a pretty favourable situation, right? You're going to see a lot of c-betting from the button on these kind of boards. We've seen this type of player likes to get in there anyway. So 80k, very small sizing. I love the sizing personally on the dry board. Gleans a lot of information from his opponents. Jack not really favouring anyone. Maybe slightly better for the small blind. Big blind probably isn't going to bet much middle pair 3 ways. And we do get to a river. And it just goes check check. And I give up from Mikowski. I think that's a fairly reasonable line. And Segerhelm's going to take it down there with his Ace-9. No need to value bet the river. Mikowski, King 6. Folds Segerhelm as well. I imagine we'll be getting out the way. Flood with the 6-5 suited. Nice one to limp in with. does. In Hildebrand 9-4 off, it's such a bad hand that it's kind of a one that you might want to do something like this from time to time. Just bump it up a little bit, target some sort of offsuit folds. Shouldn't be seeing a fold from flood with the 6-5, and we do go to a flop, so a bit dicey for the 9-4. Does flop a pair, but it's not an ideal board. It does hit this kind of limp call quite well. Really don't like the option to bet here. Not really sure what we're trying to achieve here with our 9. Does take it down, but all the bet really achieves is just getting like no equity hands to snap fold, and then once you do see it continue, you're in a lot of trouble there really. So unorthodox once again, but the ISO pre was a good hand selection. Really poor playability post flop, so just looking to take it down versus the small blind limp. But maybe could have navigated that one slightly better post flop. King Queen for Segerhelm under the gun. Well, cut off, four-handed. So easy open for the chip leader. I think getting a touch shallower now with the 50k big blind. You're seeing chip leader having about 54 bigs. Mikowski getting out the way there with the 6-4. Not great to be defending those offsuit ones in ICM now. Stacks getting very close between the three shorter stacks. Sat on between 1.4 and 2 million. Ace Queen for flood. There's a lovely hand to look down at. Suited, booted, ready for the market. Take your pick. So that looks like a raise to 120k. And just going to take it down by the looks of things. Segerhelm not really having much of a hand to fight back with. Lovely camera angle there, good work from the team. Somewhat of a dour atmosphere, I would say, for this one. Not a lot of table talk. Rather tense. Queen 10 opening the button, and Segerhelm here with an interesting spot with the deuces. Electing to peel, not a complete disaster because of the big blind ante obviously. I really don't like this overcall though with the 7-3 off. 3 ways, very poor playability. Does flop a pair with a flush draw, and that's about as good as it gets, and still comfort level's not going to be so high. Queen 10 off here We've seen Mikowski the type of player to enjoy a c-bet, but this one would really be pushing it. Having said that, here he comes for the bet. Bet's 100, which is a good size on these kind of... Whoa! Defending 7-3 off and then just folding when we flopped a pair and a flush draw? What are you hoping for, man? Wasn't expecting to see a fold there from Flood, and Mikowski getting away with absolute murder there. He was almost dead. Had literally 4 outs. Crazy stuff. Queen Jack, easy open, and once again just taking it down. And I think we should start to see Segerhelm maybe leaning on the rest of the table a little bit. It's built up quite a nice chip lead now with the 53 big blinds. Nice little gap between him and second. Flood, who seems to be playing quite sort of wide, passive, not doing an awful lot. And a good chance for Segerhelm to sort of stamp his name down and kind of lock up that at least top 2 finish with a little bit of aggression here. I think 6-5 would be pushing it a little bit. Flood with the 9-7. Looks like he's going to be out of there as well. And Hildebrand limping with ace-8 suited, going for a limp jam, I imagine. Deuce 3 for Mikowski, doesn't elect to ISO it. And a complete swing and a miss for both players, although it is pretty hard to hit with a hand like Deuce 3 in all fairness, but ace-8 bricking until the turn card. Ace on the turn, check check once again. King on the river, might even go check check for a 3rd time, and the ace is going to take it down. Flood with the 8-4 off. Not going to be looking to get involved, I imagine. Ace-5 off for Hildebrand. Opening it up. Mikowski, Queen Deuce, not going to be getting involved, and Queen 5 off for Segerhelm. I think versus this sort of like 2.5 XE kind of size. Small size up, we could get away with a fold here, calling versus like the 110k, 115k kind of sizings. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad play. I'm just letting it go. Playing hands like that out of position versus people that aren't gonna exactly be mega wide with their steals can only kind of get you into trouble, I would imagine. Mikowski completing the min raising the Jack 5 off. Must be his favourite hand or something. We saw him 3-betting it earlier. Now he's opening it on the button. King 4 for flood. If you knew he was opening this wide on the button, I think King 4 suited could be a reasonable advocate for a shove. But peeling also obviously fine, anything apart from folding. And here comes Mikowski with the flush draw. Flood with the top pair. Could be some fireworks here. Mikowski goes for the very small c-bet, which I like. Not very small actually, 100 into 350. Turning a pair now. So a boatload of equity for the Jack 5. Doesn't get much better than this for such a weak hand. Flood checking again. I don't think he personally wants to see another bet. And 10 on the river. And it's now a question of, does he want to go for some value? Looks like it. $125k is the bet, which I think is a pretty good sizing, quarter pot. Just targeting a lot of these kind of like ace jacks, jack queen, jack X, maybe even hands like pocket queens could be in there. And yeah, it's going to show the king 4. That's good. Very well played, sir. Nice little value bet there. Got an extra couple of big blinds. I think a lot of people at this kind of level would miss that one, so well played. Five deuce for Segerhelm. Not going to be interested, I imagine. Does slide it in there. Ace 9 for flood. Seems a decent hand to pop it up with. And he agrees with a raise to 100k. Hildebrand ace 6 off in the small. Can go a couple of ways here. You can 3-bet as a bluff. Just fold. King 9 suited for Mikowski, however. Ooh, just piles it in. Interesting. Tough spot now for flood. 20 big blinds effective with that big blind ante in there as well. Quite a tough spot. If his opponent is capable enough to shove hands like 10-9 suited, King 9 suited, Ace X suited, Ace 5 off, just stuff like that, then all of a sudden your hand's looking pretty good, but difficult to pull the trigger on that. Playing for a lot of money. Easy to get monsters under the bed and just assume your opponent's got a monster here. Oh, he does let it go, and he's going to see the bad news later when he watches it back on stream. King 9 suited there, had him drawing to 3 outs and needing some hearts, so never mind, wasn't to be. And easy to say that as a commentator, right, when I can see the cards on the screen, but tough to raise called ace 9 there for 20. Hildebrand not picking up his whole cards, but interested, pops it up to 100, 125, I beg your pardon, so 1.5x. Default. And Flood also going to get out the way, so things are evening up somewhat. Sega helm, queen A off, chip leader on the button. Gonna be wanting to open that one. And he obliges. $110. Jack 4 off and Jack deuce off. Not gonna do anything. And yeah, chip leader picking up 2.5 bigs there, extending the lead. Information there for the Polish Poker Cup coming up in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, at the Banco Casino, 100k guaranteed. Get yourself down there. Low stakes tournament, about €100 entry, and a massive field guaranteed. Lots of day ones, lots of qualifiers as well, so you can get yourself in for about €10, and could be playing for on the stream table like this for a chance of, you know, up to 20-30k. So very significant amounts of money for small buy-in. What more could you ask for? Lots of value on offer at the Banco Casino. Once again, check out our website bancocasino.sk for other information. Popping it up with the pocket fours is the chip leader. Ace 8 suited for flood. I think this hand plays really nicely as a just call. And he does. Hildebrand now. He's calling as well. think if we play this hand, we might want to either jam or go for a 3-bet and then maybe sometimes folding, but regardless, 4 ways we go to the flop. And what do we have here? Having a quick scan around. Ooh, set of deuces for Mikowski and the nut flush draw for Hildebrand. Segerhelm looking for 4 of clubs, basically, would be the nut card for him. And here comes Flood just betting into the field with bear ace high. Hildebrand here with the nut flush draw. Forced to continue, maybe not quite strong enough of a draw to just kind of check raise and go with it. Still got 30 big blinds there, don't need to be just piling it in willy-nilly with the bear flush draw. And Mikowski now, interesting spot. What do you want to do? I think deuces in a vacuum always going to be looking to raise here. Shoves, I think we can get away with the smaller sizing here, you know, go for the sort of 400k. Yeah, it does make our hand look face up, but I don't really think people are going to be making any kind of hero folds. But they might if you shove for the full stack, which is about 1 million. Tricky spot now for Hildebrand. The great thing for him now, though, is that with the shove, the sort of range that's going to do that does include a lot of draws. You know, there could be a worse spade draw there, a 10-9, a queen 10. So I think we will see him call in the end. It's not a very comfortable spot, to be honest. But he needs to call another 830 into a pot of about 2.5 million. So needing something like 32%. And versus top pair, he's going to have that. Also, as I mentioned, some combinations in the range of your opponent that you are ahead of. Yep, and he does make the call, so here we go. Mikowski looking for that double up. Hildebrand with just 10 big blinds behind. And 22.6 million pot at 50k big blinds, so the biggest of the tournament so far. Do we see a spade here? Nope, that's the 8 of clubs. A spade and a spade only for Hildebrand. And it's the jack. Mikowski improving to a full house. And that is going to be a glorious double up for Mikowski, who could be quite dangerous again. Now he's got some newfound ammunition. Nine-3 off, going for this small, steely kind of raise again. Completely taking the piss, to be honest, isn't he? Not worried about any of the big stack possibilities or sort of issues for him, you know, being out of position versus a guy that covers him. And that looked like 2 pair for Segerhelm there. Bottom 2 is indeed Mikowski. They come in for a C-bet. He's got the no backdoor spade, sorry, but he has backdoor straight draw, maybe a 10 or an 8 could be favourable. 10's no equity, and the check mark is with Segerhelm now. Is he going to go for the double barrel here? And wants check 2 now. Segerhelm can be extremely confident he's got the best of it, and looking to pile on some of the pressure to his opponent, who does have to release that one very quickly. And a little bump up for Segerhelm and increases the chip lead at the top. Mikowski here on the button, Jack 9. Opens it up. I like the decision. Segerhelm does have the chip lead in the small blind, but obviously when you target the small blind, that's going to be a tricky position for most people to play. A lot of folding going on, so makes the steal a bit more attractive, and flood in the big blind has been a little all over the place, but definitely on the passive side. So another good, good big blind to attack with a wide range. Jack 9 definitely fitting the bill. Flood with the pocket threes, going for... What is he going for here? Limp fold? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Had him in just about the best shape he could have hoped for there. 10 big blinds effective. Limp folding the pocket threes, wow. Sega helm here with the blades, the pocket rockets, American Airlines. Hello, hello, hello. Goes for 135k. We are playing the 60k big blind now. Hildebrand just getting out of the way with the ace-8, nicely done. And Mikowski here, 10-4 suited. Not looking to tangle, and unfortunately no action for the blades. But you'd be happy with the consolation of the 2.5 BB in the middle. Pocket 4s for Hildebrand. 10 big blinds. Just not sure why he's raising. Just want to be shoving here. Maybe he's putting like half his stack in or a third of his stack in or something. Aces again. Okay, so I've been speaking to the media team and they told me that there is a graphical error because the cards were put a little bit too long on the reader for last time, so I believe that he had aces the last hand but not this one. As obviously he would never be folding the rockets, so that's what the situation is. It's picking up on the last hand. So Flood here with the defend. Mikowski continuing that theme of the Jack 5 off. He absolutely loves this hand. Not sure why, but Flood with a rather tight peel, I would say. You could just get away with shoving there. The ace 10 would be preferable, especially seeing as how active your opponent's been. So 20-25 big blinds, just push it in, take down the dead money. Jack 5 here with the backdoor straight draw. Obviously just Jack high, wanting to take a stab at the Queen Deuce 3. It's a great board. We know our opponent is on the tighter side, might not be defending hands like Queen Deuce, Queen 3. So gonna have a lot of good hands here. Our opponent less so. And does get out of the way with the ace 10, no backdoor flush draw, not much equity. Making life easy. Ace-9 here for Segerhelm. More than enough to be popping it up. Jack 6 for Hildebrand. Limping the small blind. Off of 10 bigs total. I think I would have just preferred to see a shove with the Jack 6. Does manage to find a way out though. And you've got the one big blind there plus the ante, 2 bigs, 10 big blinds effective. Jack 6 suited, just going to be good enough to shove, I think. Taking it down so often, applying pressure to another short / medium stack. He's just naturally going to have to fold like 80% of the hands he's been dealt, so this would seem like a good play. 3 deuce off on the other hand, no good for Flood, who's whittling back down into the pack here somewhat. King 8 for Mikowski. King 4 with a Segerhelm, so we could see some fireworks here. King high board, maybe an 8 high board with 2 spades, that could be spicy. Segerhelm does respond with the 3-bet, starting to pick up on the fact that Mikowski is attacking his big blind a lot with these small pre-flop opens with all sorts of junk. He had 9-4 off, stuff like that. So King 8 off here, tricky spot. Probably just going to look to fold. The size is quite small, our hand is having not much playability. I think a jam would be a complete disaster personally, but let's see what he's considering. I imagine he's thinking of mostly folding, and then might occasionally just shove or do something strange. Some weird click to like 750 or something would be bananas, but let's see what he comes up with. And that is going to do that. Nice timing from the chip leader, and just a good awareness and showing that he is aware of what's going on, and he's not going to let Michalski just kind of prod at him and nick the easy chips. No, 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 you're going to have to earn them, my friend, is what he's kind of saying without saying. Hildebrand short and gonna be in the big blind and big blind ante next hand, so would have liked something to work with there. Unfortunately not to be. 6 deuce for Michalski. And 9-7 suited. Definitely want to be opening this one. Opponent in the big blind. On the passive side, you've got a short stack as well. And queen 5 off, just hitting the muck for flood. Small little min raise plus, just getting the job done there, and on a nice little run up to around 3 million in chips, and looks the clear favourite for the Swedish Masters title at this stage. The 550 Swedish only player field is about €26,000 up top. And you'll see on the bottom of your screens details of the Winamax Poker Open have been published on both the Banco Casino website and the Winamax website. The Six Max Festival is coming to Bratislava. Exciting times to be around. A huge poker brand. King 3 suited for Segerhelm here, 3 million. What does he do versus the shorty all in? I guess you can raise fold here, just go 2 big blinds. Hit at 135, and Hildebrand there, 6-4 off, can't really do anything, and he's getting very, very short now with 7.5 bigs. Time is ticking. King 3 suited once again, back-to-back hands. This might be another graphical error, because he does seem to keep his cards on the reader a little bit longer. 7-5 suited again, finding a fold where I think with this ante you just want to be jamming. I know it's not comfortable with these sort of lower ones, but he's just going to get a fold such a large amount of the time. 3 deuce for Hildebrand. Gets out of the way nicely. Nine four off for Mikowski, really just going for it. Chip leader in the small blind. Potentially player under defending or playing rather passive in the big blind that he wants to attack. But 9-4, wow, mental. Queen 10 here with the very simple defend. Don't want to be shoving the offsuit. Just call, hand plays quite nicely post. What's he up to here? Maybe getting a bit fed up of feeling like Mikowski's leaning on him a little bit. Wants it to be flood. Ends up just calling, which seems the standard play. Always high board. Good one for Mikowski to represent. Flood in the small blind, Queen 8 suited. Just want to be ripping that one in with the super shorty and the big. Yeah, does find it. Didn't look very comfortable about it, but does find it. And what are we working with here? 9-6 off. Jeez. Yeah, just gonna have to fold. And a sad series sequence of events for Hildebrand, just going card dead at the wrong time, and now finds himself with 5 bigs in the small. Hildebrand all in the small blind, King 3 suited. Mikowski has to call 260 into a pot of 670. which means he needs, roughly about 40%. Jack 9 off. You are dominating some hands that the small blind can jam here, and I think with the big blind ante, I think we just have to kind of call. Small blind can easily jam 10-9, Jack 8, Jack 7 suited, any suited Jack basically. Some of the suited 9x, they're going to have hands like Ace 3 off, Ace Deuce off, we're doing fine against, basically flipping. So I think we just have to flick it in here with the Jack 9. A bit too much of an overlay with the big blind ante. Ooh, tightish fold, I would say, but not unreasonable. Lovely pickup for Hildebrand, just getting 2 big blinds back. That's a third of his stack added. Interesting flop, both players flopping 2 pair. Mikowski's slightly dominated, but with some options that in the form of that backdoor flush draw, and they can also chop on someone else. Deuce on the turn, not ideal for Mikowski's chances of getting away from the hand. Gonna bet again. Looks like he's just targeting sort of ace highs, king highs, maybe a deuce X, some kind of king deuce or ace deuce or something like that. And he bets 80k, very small. Segerhelm is going to come along, of course. And it's a king on the river, which improves Segerhelm to top 2. What's Mikowski up to here? A lot of the weaker hands that you were targeting on the turn were the king highs, ace highs. So a lot of those aren't going anywhere on the river, and yeah. Segerhelm's going to see the good news here, up to 3.5 million at the 60k big blind mark, up over 50 bigs, and has a even bigger chip lead now. So happy days for him. Like the way he's been playing, very solid. Everything's been quite meticulously thought out, and he has shown the ability to change the gears as well based on his position as opposed to the rest of the table. Mikowski here in the cutoff, ace-7 off, popping it up. Segerhelm there did look a little bit sheepish, didn't he? And for good reason. 2 queens. And once again, finding himself in a lovely spot. He's been definitely blessed with picking up big hands in the right moments on this final table. And what's he going to do with the queens? I guess you want to be 3-betting for sure. Somewhere around 350 to 370, sort of 2.7, 2.8x kind of sizing should do the job. Yep, like the size. So Mikowski now out of position with an offsuit ace. Rather raggedy one. I think he's just going to fold. He may decide now's the time to do something silly. Oh yeah, and this looks rather silly. What's he cooking up here? It looks like he's going to be 4-betting to like 700 or 800. Oh, it's a massive 4-bet. How much is that? It's like 900. He's only got 2.2 million in his stack. Wow. Yeah, 900. He's just put 40% of his stack in. He can't really fold now, can he? And Segerhelm doesn't really have much of a decision here with the queens, just pushing it in. The opponent is of the profile to be the kind of guy that's, you know, I mean, it does look like he's got a very strong hand, but you can't really ever contemplate doing anything apart from shoving here with the queens. It's just a monumental cooler if you are behind pre-flop, of course. 4-handed on the final table. Yep, he's all in. And Mikowski folds after putting 900 out of his 2.4 million stack in. An absolute disaster from him there. Don't mind the heart, but just the sizing. If you are targeting the weaker part of the range, facing a 350k 3-bet, you know, your 4-betting size can be even sort of 700, 750, targeting the snap folds there if you believe that there are enough of them. Went for the 900 and was unfortunately punished on this occasion. And the chip lead just grows and grows and grows for Segerhelm there. 4.4 million now at the 60k big blind level, and the rest of the guys all below 30 big blinds. Hildebrand shoving the small blind, Mikowski calling it off in the big blind with 8-5 suited. Folding the Jack-9 last time and now calling the 8-5. Not really too sure about that, however. Great flop for Hildebrand. So some help needed for the 8-5. Could easily be dead on the turn here. And it is. That'll be a double up for Hildebrand. Queen 9 getting the job done. 670k. And good news for the chip leader as well, in some ways. Evens out the shorter stacks. And look at this, it's all come crashing down from Mikowski here. Last couple of orbits have not been kind to him. 4-bet bluffing, getting shoved on. Doubling up the short stack, and now jamming King 6 into the Ace-Jack of Segerhelm. Can Mikowski find a miracle to keep himself in there? 33% equity. Not an awful lot. Gonna need a king to survive. Already standing up, making his way out the door, trying to bag a couple of extra brownie points from the dealer maybe. King and a king only, and that's the end of that. Somewhat of a blow up there from Mikowski. Calling off the shove quite light. 4-bet bluffing 40% of his stack and then folding, and then just ripping in the last 20 bigs there with King 6 off BVB. Yeah, he's not going to be too happy about that one when he looks back on it. Had a really big chance there, but does end up cashing for 8.4k. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. And what a spot Segerhelm's got himself in here. 92 big blinds. Other two opponents on sub 20 BBs with the big blind ante as well. It's going to be one-way traffic from here, you have to think. And interesting situation because the other two guys are essentially playing for second at this point. Mikowski's come back as he left his beer, or no, there's the phone. I've been guilty of doing that myself. Sometimes you're on a stream table, end up busting out, kind of strut off in a huff and a puff, and just forget everything you left behind. So not to worry. But look at this heater for Segerhelm here, just picking up hand after hand after hand. So he's gone queens, ace, jack, now ace, queen, BVB. I think we just want to be going for some sort of like 2.5x here. And here we go, off to the races. Ace-Queen versus 4s, and the way it's going for Segerhelm, you'd think Ace-Queen is having 97% equity. It just doesn't feel like he's going to lose this one. Flood is second in chips, so this is a great situation. To try and double up here, get himself back to 2.2, in with the shout, but there it comes, ace high for Segerhelm, and he at this stage almost has one hand on the trophy, needing to fade a 4, some backdoor straight kind of stuff. 10 of clubs, it just gets worse and worse for Flood with one out only. The 4 of spades required to keep himself in it, and it is the 3 of hearts. So good game, sir. Third place for Flood, and he'll be happy with that payday as Segerhelm just continues to stack up mountains and mountains of chips. What a final table run he's had, and one hand on the trophy. All he's got left is to knock out one more player. Hildebrand there, cashing in nicely from that confrontation, and 670k, so 11 bigs playing 111 bigs, a 11-to-1 chip advantage, or 10-to-1 chip advantage. And it looks like we are going to take a short break before the continuation of play. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Cheers, guys. Hello, hello, and welcome back for the combination of the Swedish Masters main event for Swedish-only players. Over 300 of them have come across here to Slovakia, and the room has been buzzing with energy from all of the tournaments and cash games throughout the week. It's been great fun, and here we have the main event and a significant chip lead and a lot of work to do. Not sure why they had such a long break, as I'd have assumed that they wanted to just get it over with. It could literally be done in one hand with the big blind ante and playing 111 big blinds versus 11. But there we are. Just getting some information from the tournament directors, and we will be off and running very shortly. Hildebrand, King Queen, first hand. Just going to be, what's the situation then? So we're playing 80k big blind, so he's got he's raised 2.5x, which is most of his stack. All in and a call. Can we see what he's got? Jack 7 suited. Okay, so just kind of gambling it up first hand. His opponent did have, 8 big blinds. Not sure I'd have just been shoving with Jack 7. Maybe you could just see a flop versus the open. Ooh. And that is a gut shot with the backdoor flush draw for the Jack 7. Needing a Jack 9 or 7 or 2 clubs. 10 on the turn, no help. Jack 9 or 7 to fade for Hildebrand to stay remaining in the Swedish Masters. And it's a 10, so King High does the job. Good stuff there, and back to 1.4 million at the 80k big blind. So back in the mix now with about 16-17 big blinds. Eight-6 for Segerhelm. Imagine you just want to limp in with these kind of hands. They play okayish post flop, and yeah, this big blind ante heads up really does him incentivize you to play a heavy limping strategy. You really want to get in there with a lot of hands, so you want to obviously balance that as well. So a good thing to do is just to limp and see what happens. So we goes limp and check back with the king 8 suited. Got himself in quite a nice spot here, dominating his opponent. And Segerhelm, they like to stab the flop here, looking to fold out some, you know, king highs, jack highs, that kind of stuff. Hildebrand here with a couple of backdoors. Don't think we should be folding this one straight out the gate. Overcard, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draws. Does just let it go though. Could see that he was thinking about doing something, but quite tough to pull the trigger, especially when you're short. There's not really much maneuverability there, and he does give a little chip up to the chip leader, and 1.3 million remaining, I believe. Wow, pocket kings for Hildebrand. Perfect timing towards getting a little bit short. And what have we got here in the big blind? Ace 5. Wow, it's going to be going all in again. Just going to be pushing the ace heads up for about 15 big blinds versus this open. A little bit of a suspicious kind of opening sizing. I don't know why he's gone so big. Not really been doing raises of that size, so that one straight out the gate could ruffle a few feathers. Yeah, and he pushes, gets the snap call, and an ace needed now to avoid doubling up his opponent once again. 30-70. Ace 5 versus the king. Let's see what happens. Okay, no help. So same conundrum as before. Needs to fade the ace. Deuce or a 3 could get a little bit of an extra sweat going, as well as the jack could give him more outs. Or less outs, actually, because then he'd lose the aces and have the kings. King on the turn now. So out increasing to 4, and it's the jack and the jack only to secure the Swedish Masters main event title for Segerhelm. Can he do it? No, he cannot. Full house for Hildebrand. So 2 doubles now and back up to 2.6 million. So just over 30 big blinds. Segerhelm now, unfortunately, has given her back a little bit. 2 double ups to his opponents in the first 10 hands of the heads up. Never an ideal start, but still with the chip lead. Thanks to the monumental advantage he came into the heads up with. Turn 7 off. Looks like he's going for some sort of min raise. I think the min raise is a little bit of a better strategy now. Playing a little bit deeper, wanting to build a point in position, wanting to steal that big blind ante as well, which is so significant. Hildebrand with the ace-9 and 8-3 suited for Segerhelm. Just going to fold versus the 3x sizing from Hildebrand. Open from Segerhelm here with the 5-3 offsuit, playing around about 30 big blinds effective. Pocket 7s for Hildebrand. I think the easiest way to do it is just to shove, but he could also 3-bet. Goes for the 3-bet to 580. Easy fold for Segerhelm here, just saving a little bit of face. Doesn't want his opponent to think he's opening 100%. Hildebrand now queen 10 off, going for this 3x strategy. Taking it down. Segerhelm now, ace king on the button. Lovely hand to see. Will be wanting to stop the rot a little bit. Unfortunately, 7 deuce off is all his opponent can muster, and just going to take down the 2 big blinds in the middle. Could be worse. Ace 8 for Hildebrand. And goes for 200 this time, so changing the sizings up a little bit. 7-6 off. Ooh, just folding with the big blind ante out there. A little bit tight, I would say. Got a battle in heads up. Can't know where to hide. Every time you're overfolding, you're just, especially with the big blind ante, you're just kind of giving away chips that are difficult to get back. King Queen now, another very playable hand on the button, as has been the theme for the last 3 or 4 hands with both players. Raises it up to 200k. And King Queen for Hildebrand as well, wow. 2 big hands heads up. Always fun to watch when people have exactly the same hand. It's always the case of whoever wants it more gets it. Although both players flop a decent piece on that flop. And the c-bet from Segerhelm. That with the check raise by Hildebrand, so not going to be going anywhere versus this small check raise. Does indeed call. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Hildebrand following it up now with the double barrel. Check raising the flop, betting the turn. I think once again, forced to call as Segerhelm here. Fairly small / uncommitted size on the turn, I would say, from his opponent. And a king on the river will be ideal for both players, but it's going to be a chop pot. Hildebrand ends up checking the river, and Segerhelm now puts them all in. Wow, tough spot now actually with the King Queen, because he will be up against a lot of 10x here. Pocket deuces possible, straights possible, Queen 9, Ace Queen. Is he going to call? Must be a pretty tricky spot. He doesn't really think... I don't think he thinks his opponent's going to be bluffing here very often. Hands like 9-8, 9-7, sure. And he does end up finding a hero fold. And wow. Hildebrand going for the value jam on the river. And accidentally folding out the chop. I mean, what a result for him. Happy days. Jack 8 off for Hildebrand. And 3s for Segerhelm. Yeah, I think with the pocket 3s heads up, you just want to be going all in. Odd, 23, 24 bigs. 2 big blinds in there. Nice little pickup if you can get it. Instead, he's going to have to navigate his way around this flop, where he's been out flopped, but he does just snap fold, fair enough. And 9 off, opening into Hildebrand, who's had the best of it heads up so far, that's for sure. Does he slow play the queens? Does he 3-bet? Which is that 700, very chunky 3.5x 3-bet size at these stack depths. Once again, about a third of his stack. Look at this, once again, King Queen versus King Queen, this time both suited. And Hildebrand in particular just been absolutely smashing the deck. Lots of great cards, very playable. So raised to 200. Segihyam, I imagine we'll be putting a 3-bet in. Just one of those hands under 30 big blinds. Heads up, 3-bet and get shoved on, you just got to call it off really. Does just jam. And that might be the only kind of sizing where Hildebrand starts thinking about folding, just for slightly under 30 big blinds. Mulling over the decision here. Here's a big one. I don't really think he's supposed to fold. Should be seeing some hands like King Jack, Queen Jack in this shoving range. Whether you do or not in practice is a fair point. It would be amazing if he folds the chop for the second time in a row with King Queen. The tank goes on and on. And he does call. And after all that, he's going to see the good news.
Ja, allt tillbaka. Han kommer en grym färg på. Ja, vi är rätt nöjda båda två på det. Jag såg lite besviken ut när jag synade först. Åh, vilken flopp. Fan vad jag hade kunnat spela. Det blir bra spel. Floppen.
So Hildebrand actually with the small free roll, needing 2 spades. Oh, dirty, dirty, dirty. And a spade on the river would mark a sick double up. No, it's the king of clubs, so choppy choppy. Both flopping the nut straight. And Segerhelm, ace queen. Picking up a nice hand there, takes it down. King 9 now for Hildebrand. Another very premium hand, heads up. Segerhelm with ace 4. We're up to the 100k big blind level. Couple of ways to play this, namely call or shove. If you think your opponent is opening wide enough. Does flick in a call and ace high flop, perfect for him, and 2 spades on there as well. Bit of a cooler really. Got nut flush draw versus top pair. Bet of 250k, quite a chunky kind of sizing. Ooh, and it's a spade on the turn, brutal blow for Segerhelm. And Hildebrand with the nuts, working out what his best strategy is to get the lot. Here's for the tiny bet. Slight kind of downsize method. Keep his opponent in. And another milky looking size on the river. And in a bit of a spot here with ace 4. We're not really beating any value. It's pretty tricky to be bluffing here. You have to be quite creative. Some sort of hand like, I don't know, king 6, 10 6. So might just give him the benefit of the doubt here. Looks like he might just be flicking in the crying call here. Yep. I think he almost knows he's beat. It's just one of those calls. Feels like he's getting such a good price. He just kind of shrugs, puts it in, but he expects to see the bad news a lot of the time there, and is shown the bad news. So evening up here in the heads up. 4 versus 3.3 million now at the 100k big blind. So 40 versus 33 bigs. So get home here, raising with the 5 deuce off. We can fold some hands. And Hildebrand, 3.3 million total, so imagine we're going to see some sort of small 3-bet, which obviously would commit him to the hand. Something like 650, 600. Goes 700, and 5 deuce just going to be a snap fold. And as you can see now, the escape mission is right back in the mix. 36 big blinds playing 36 big blinds. And amazing how it's come back from such a huge advantage. Somehow, always the way it seems to go. Just when you think you have it won. Open from Segenheim. He's going to continue with the Jack 9 here and should face no resistance from the 7-5. Just 7 high with the backdoor draw. And it's going to take this one down. And does regain the chip lead.
Precis. Bra timing. Lika runda.
Ooh, and money could be going in here. Hildebrand with the ace jack. Deuces for Segerhelm. And I don't think he's going to be folding the deuces to a 3-bet here. Especially this size. 400. Try and flop a deuce. Could shove as well as an option. Folding, I think, is a little bit tight. But just letting him get away with one there. Queen 10. Very playable hand. Makes it 250. And 9 deuce off, just going to be finding the middle. Hildebrand now with the chip lead for the first time in this heads-up match. Managed to successfully navigate his way out of the 10-1 disadvantage. And now sits with a couple of big blinds more than his opponent. Crazy how quickly things can change in heads up. It's a great format. And it is somewhat about card distribution as well. Has been favourable for him, but he's played very well, very solid.
Jack 8 off on the button. Now they're a bit deeper. I think you just want to be opening. Yeah. Just to try and force a little bit of pressure on the big blind. King Jack off. What's he going to do with this one? It's been fairly 3-bet heavy so far. I think this is a hand that you just want to call. Keep in all of the dominated. King X, Jack X. Don't really want to get shoved on if you 3-bet. And he does call. Ooh, this spells danger for Segerhelm. Hildebrand deciding to lead for half pot. Not sure why. Did that earlier with the King 6 multi-way on the King 5-4.
Whether or not Segerhelm remembers that or not, looks like he's going to be raising it up with his top pair, backdoor flush, sorry, not the backdoor flush draw, but top pair. Lots of danger on this flop, lots of straight draws, flush draws, maybe to get value from. Met with a call, and all of a sudden 1.8 million in there, 2.7 back. Oh, the ace. That is one of the only cards that maybe saves Segerhelm here. Both players won't be too happy to see that ace, especially Hildebrand. Can conceive his opponent to have a lot of hands like King Queen, Ace Jack, Ace 10. Ace Queen, Ace King, potentially. Segerhelm going for another barrel. Okay, 600k, looks like he's betting about a third pot. Trying to get some value from flush draws, 10x, straight draws. Sounds like 9-8, Queen 9. The odd worst Jack X as well. Hildebrand just simply cannot fold heads up. Doesn't look particularly comfortable about the situation, but is forced to see one more. And the 6 in the river changes nothing. 3 million in the middle. You can't help but imagine Segerhelm has seen enough of the Jack 8 here, shrinking in strength with every street, of course. It'd be amazing if he value jams, thinking he's like pushing the best hand and then ends up getting called by, or folding a better or something like that. I don't see it happening. I think that, you know, there's 3 million in there. If your jack's good, it's good. If your opponent has better, they're just very unlikely to fold unless it's specifically a better jack, which you block. So not sure what he's thinking about here, to be honest. Does check back. I think that's the wise play. Turn was potentially a slight overplay. Maybe starting to realise how lucky he was there to see the ace on the turn. Bet he's basically any other card, and the rest of the money's flying in there. And you just can't really go around folding top pair in heads up, especially on a board where there's lots of potential draws, lots of potential semi bluffs. So King 5 of diamonds straight back in the mix. Going to open that one up, and from what we've seen, I'm guessing that he will just fold the King 3. Yeah. Again, just a little bit too snug. $10-4 suited. 20 big blinds. I think with the big blind ante, you just want to be limping in with this one. Jack 9, going for the ISO to 300k and just taking it down. Easy as that. 54 playing 19 big blinds now, and looks like the blinds may be going up to 120. Looks like we're going to be taking a short break. Be back very shortly. And we are back for the continuation of the heads up of the Swedish Masters event. €550 buy-in, open to Swedish passport holders, residents and citizens only. And here we are, a complete turnaround from Hildebrand. Came into the heads up with 500k, now sat on 5.4 million, so easy game for him. Getting all the way up to 5.4, and now he's got the dominating chip lead. At the 160k big blind level, his opponent has, I think, around about 12 or 13 big blinds. Seven-six off. Yeah, nice hand to peel on the button. His opponent has 15 big blinds, Segerhelm. Segerhelm flops a deuce, but ace-9 deuce rainbow, good one to limp and then stab. And he just snap folds bottom pair. Wow, very, very weak. Obviously one pair heads up on a board that your opponent's going to bet their entire range on most of the time is likely to be good. Most of the ace-X's are going to jam pre as well, especially with the big blind ante in there. You know, 2 big blinds out there, you've got an ace, 15 big blinds effective. Just going to be piling that one in, so little bit on the tighter side, and there isn't really any hiding from that. I think that the 6 and 5 max games slightly favoured Segerhelm, but needs to be jamming the deuces here for 14 bigs. Yep, does, and it's just going to get that one through 7 high. Jack 4 suited for Hildebrand. Calls, and 9-3 off, just going to be a check back, I believe. Decent board for the Jack 4 to stab. Got some backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw opportunities. Does go check check, open ender now. And gets that one through with a large bet. Well played. Hildebrand, 6 deuce off. Think we can definitely get away with folding some of them, and that's going to be a primary candidate. Segerhelm just open folding the Queen 4. King 10. I think we're getting to the sort of stage where you just want to be open jamming this kind of hand. 2 big blinds in there, like I said. Happy to take it down. If you get called, you're usually going to have pretty decent equity with King 10. Makes it 260. Jack 4 suited for Segerhelm. Ooh, very tight. Any suited hand really versus the min raise. Just want to be in there getting such a good price. You just try and flop something, gut shot, Jack 4, and you're in. Queen 7 now. Looks like he's going for a min raise. And the ace heads up, 13 bigs. Just going to be wanting to push it in. I think he knows what to do, I just don't think he particularly wants to. Just in case. It's understandable. He does end up defending. Great flop. Likely to get a c-bet out of your opponent on this kind of board as well. Does check back. Ooh, and now a boat for Hildebrand, and he might get some value from the Queen High. Wow. Very passive stuff, I have to say. Pocket 10s now for Hildebrand. He's
got about 11 big blinds versus Segerhelm. 11 blinds effective, Queen 8. Gonna want to be defending that one. Ooh. Jack 7 for Hildebrand, limping in that, just trying to whittle down his opponent. Can play fairly face up where he's going to like min raise value, shove some hands that, you know, want a bit of protection or just to take it down, hands like ace-x and, you know, low pairs. And can limp in these kind of middling hands as well, just stab the flop. Seems to be working quite well versus this specific opponent. Pair versus pair on the flop, however. And an early lead for Segerhelm. Goes check check. I like the check back with the 7. Not really that incentivized to start bloating the pot. So a bit of a sort of mergy kind of third pair plus a straight draw. Somewhat of a value bet, somewhat of a semi-bluff. Multi-components. Yeah, just going to take it down, and good fold from Hildebrand, knowing that he was not having such good equity versus what his opponent's likely to be leading with there. So Hildebrand defending with the 5-4, dominated this time by the Queen 4 suited of Segerhelm. And both players flop a 4, so could be a nice spot for Segerhelm to double up here. I think the 4 with the good kicker on a board like this is a good one to bet. You want some protection from overcards, you want some value from worse 4x, deuce x, straight draws, potential flush draws. Hildebrand is going to go for the jam. And we've seen Segerhelm play pretty tight, but is he going to blunder it off here by not calling with second pair? Doesn't look happy about it.
Your opponent can have all sorts of bluffs here. Flush draws, 5-3, ace-5. No, no, no. Ooh, it's painful to watch that. Had a great spot for a double up. All he's got to do is put the chips in there and bleeding it down. Unfortunately. No two ways about it. So ace-4 Segerhelm. No choice but to put it in. King-8 suited, I think, should really be calling as well. Versus this specific opponent, it's not a great spot. Does just snap fold. I think it requires a little bit more thought than that. Needed to call, what, 780 into a pot of that would be 1.6. Yeah. Needs like 40, early 40%. Queen 6. 4 Hildebrand. He's folding. And yeah, slowly whittling him down. I like the strategy there of min raising. Been working quite well. And 3 off, not much to work with, just checking that one back. Flops a piece, middle pair. Hildebrand going with the min bet. What? No! Ooh, folding middle pair. Wow. Just goes to show what the pressure of the money can do, playing for 10,500 pay jump here. And his game that was somewhat aggressive towards the start of the final table, not aggressive per se, but taking all of his spots. Now crumbling a little bit under the pressure, I think it's fair to say. Does shove the king queen, and the ace has to call here. So we are going to be off and away. It's like 7 big blinds. You can't fold an ace, man. He calls, and here we go. King Queen versus Ace 3. Segerhelm needing to see some paint to stay alive. Ooh, that's a lot of paint. King Queen 10, 2 pair. Is to fade the jack though, or some sort of running 2 pair on the board. The brand having the backdoor club draw as well. Still 21%, decent amount of equity. Four of clubs, bringing 12 outs now. Can he get there to close out the Swedish Masters? Club, jack, needed. And it's a queen, so double up for Segerhelm. Gets him back in the mix over 15 big blinds. Deuce off, just maybe getting out the way. So 8-4 suited. 8-4 off, sorry. Still think we can get away with limping this kind of hand versus this opponent. Just not really doing much over there.
So 9 deuce suited. Up to the 160k big blind level. So once again 10 bigs for Sega Helm. Hildebrand would have had him with the ace there. So Hildebrand with the king deuce. And his opponent looks pretty serious here. Yeah, that's right. Ace queen. Will be all in for sure. And I think Hildebrand's just going to let this one go. Yep, that's it go. Nice little pick up there for Sega Helm. 6-5 off. Again, just going for this min-raising strategy by the looks of it. 380, definitely going to get this one through. And so Gahan with the 9-6 off, probably just going to be folding once again. Ooh, would have run into the 2-10s there for Hildebrand, so got away with one. Saved half a big blind at least. Elects to limp with the Queen-7. Fine, I think also his min-raising strategy is working really well against this particular opponent. Just picking up 2 big blinds so often. Yeah, get a flop where he can have a stab here with the Queen-7. You've got some kind of interaction, backdoor stuff going on. Does check. Ace on the river, and just going to go check here, and the Queen High is going to take it down, I believe. Bit thin to go for value, I think, but King 4 suited, just going to be, best option is to shove. There's never any folding here, so then I'm guessing we're going to see him limp. I'm not really too sure. Can't fold, although he has surprised me earlier in this match. Oh, that's it. Counting how much he's got. He has found it. Was a little bit painful, but he manages to pull the trigger. Good job, sir. Seagal picking up the ace jack. It's a lot of hand. 4-11 big blinds. We'll be rifling it in for sure. Come on, buddy. No need for all the Hollywooding, really. Very simple decision. Oh, goes for a limp. Goes for the trap. And allows 8 deuce offsuit to see a free flop. Ooh. And goes for a little ISO there with the 8 deuce, picking up on that realization that hand's not so good, no playability, just going to go for the FU3X, let's say. But unfortunately gets slammed back in his face, and a nice pickup there, so back to 15 big blinds. And Hildebrand still looking to close it out. And gives him a walk, ace queen suited, brutal. Segerholm opening it up with the 9-8, 7-6 for Hildebrand, should be defending. Be happy to see a flop with the offsuit connector. So both players similar kind of hand. And a pair for Hildebrand, a middle pair for Segerholm. Hildebrand going for the lead on the turn, and Segerholm with the 9 just saying, well, I'm not going to let you see any free cards. Kind of announcing his hand, really. Doesn't really have any bluffs, I don't believe, that wouldn't bet the flop. Taking his time to mull it over. And does eventually get away from it. I think it's a wise decision. We've seen nothing but value really. And a little wry smile there. Looks like he's up to about 3 million or so. No, 4.1. Another turnaround. Limping in with the Jack 4 by the looks of it. Yeah, and Segram probably going to be checking back. Checking down all the way to the river, and the 8 will take it. So Queen Jack suited here. Seems like a pretty good candidate to, yep, open it up. Goes 350. And 8-6 off for Hildebrand with all this, with the ante getting a good price. Just elects to fold. Haven't really seen much opening from Segerum, to be fair. His opponent hasn't really been doing much aggressive action, so maybe some alarm bells going just from the open.
Ace Deuce versus King 6, and Sega I'm just checking it back, 20 big blinds, that seems pretty reasonable. Deuce and a 6 on the board, so you can see Hildebrand take a stab at this one. And does take it down. Jack 3 off. Probably going to see him release that one, I would say. So 25 playing 19, and the blinds I think will be up to 100k, 200k now. And there you have it, Hildebrand here with the slight chip advantage. Just 20 big blinds, so he raises it up. And Sega what's he got? King 8. Definitely want to be calling. Oh, he folds King 8. That just goes to show how profitable the min raise is if you're getting your opponent to fold King 8 there. Six deuce suited on the button, perfect hand to come in for a limp with. And he does. 10-7 suited, likely to be seeing a check back. Swing and a miss really for both players. 10 on the turn for Hildebrand. I think we're just going to see this one check down. Maybe Sega Helm takes a stab at it. No. So the passive kind of tendencies from Sega Helm continue. 6 high, no chance to win showdown. Does he go for a stab? Here we go. And gets snapped off. 10-3 suited and booted. Coming in for a limp. And King 6 suited on the same suit, likely to see a check back. So 5 versus 5 here. Hildebrand with 2 pair now, and Segerelm, probably from what we've seen, unlikely to be continuing the turn. Does let it go, unfortunately for Hildebrand. Hildebrand here with the ace-jack open, and again seeing Segerelm just kind of overfolding there, having the 7-5 suited, getting that price with the big blind ante just a little bit too tight. King Queen now should be seeing an all-in. Takes it down. Okay, opening it up. Expect to be seeing a defend from the Queen 4 suited here. Segram on the button, 10 bigs, 10-9 suited, easy push. Likes to call, and wow, he's dodged a bullet here as Ace-Jack for Hildebrand. Should be getting the action from Segram all day long, but what we've seen, yeah, he's going to push. I was wondering if he went for all-in or 600. Limp fold. Just getting out the way. King Jack off. Again, should be seeing an all-in here. You can limp call versus aggressive opponents. King 6 suited. This is a clued up good play you'd be calling, but I think Segram just a bit too passive in the heads up to be considering calling that wide. That versus sort of an online regular or something would be a rather trivial call. Especially with the big blind ante, even makes it even more of a call, but I agree with his decision to fold from what we've seen. Hildebrand once again getting away with it. Having a little stab at it, takes it down. Ooh, sixes. Could be an all-in. And ace-10 is going to be a snap call. And here it is, the defining moment of the heads up. Big all in, 4.2 million. Can Hildebrand finish off Segeram? Been grinding him down, and now the blinds are getting quite high, and it all comes down to this. King 4-3. Safe so far. Seven on the turn. No good. And here comes the river ace, or a 10 to fade. Oh, it's going to be a double up. And it is a double up for Segeram, up to 4.2 now. Playing for a small matter of 10.5 thousand euros. And he gets it done. Six three off, not going to be cutting it. I'll just be right back. So Hildebrand opening it up with the 9-7 suited, running into Ace King of the chip leader, Segerelm. And he is going to push it in 9-7, unfortunately. Going to have to just slide that one into the muck. Jack 10 off. I can't quite remember what his opponent's stack is, but I imagine it's sort of 12 big blinds at a maximum. Can easily just go for the jam here with the Jack 10. Looks like he's gone for the min raise. Wow, and he runs into pocket jacks from Hildebrand. 12 bigs. He's definitely going to be folding him. Not really too sure what the tank's all about. 13.5 bigs from his opponent. A little too many to come out with the Jack 10 off. And a nice little pick up there from Hildebrand. Eight, 6 off. Flicks in a limp. And another huge hand for Segerelm. Ace Queen. Seems like one of these boys has got a monster pretty much every other hand. Sevens for Hildebrand, and that one's just gonna. Oh, he limps. Thought he was requesting the all-in. Checking back. Seagram taking a stab at it with the gut shot. Bricks out. Does he have the heart to fire one more? I think you're going to see too much 10x in your opponent's range. And he gives up. Evening out again, 16, 17 big blinds each. So we are up to the 250k blind level, and Hildebrand opening it up to 600. Seagram with ace deuce. Wow, just folds an ace heads up. That is crazy tight. Sevens for Seagram, that should be enough hand for him. With the 14 blinds. Taking his time. Yep, there we go. Got the push. And going to be an easy fold with the 8-7. So Seagram taking the chip lead with 16 blinds facing 14. So check back fold, I imagine. Whoa, what do we have here? The Cowboys. For Sega Realm. Is he going to limp? Is he going to min raise? He goes for the limp. I quite like it. Gets hands like this in. Maybe they flop top pair. You get the extra value. Oh, what's Hildebrand thinking here? Going for the raise. And I really like to see a just call if he can find it. I think he's gonna shove. That's so much cleaner to, yeah. It's just not the way to play it. Unfortunately, you're going to get a lot of c betting from your opponent, and you're basically going with kings on any flop anyway. Heads up, so. Unfortunately, gets the fold. And Segram increasing the trip lead. Hildebrand has been a bit unlucky. He's made some nice moves, and he's been the only one of the heads-up opponents to, show some heart. And it's just unfortunately not paid off for him. Sometimes that's how heads-up goes. It's all about, momentum and timing. And his timing and momentum have been both quite poor, and that's through no fault of his own. So. He's battled well, but sometimes you just run into the hand or can't pick up anything for a while, and the match can swing out of your favour. Segaram with the King 7. Opponent is getting awfully short at this stage, so I think pushing any king in this spot would be a winning play. Guessing he's going to limp or min raise. He goes for the call. 6-5 suited for Hildebrand here. One of those hands that actually kind of plays sneaky nice as a jam. You get hands like King 5, Queen 5, Queen 6 to fold, and even when you get called, you're going to have decent equity. Segaram here with the King 7, just checking it back. And Segaram slowly getting the job done, it seems. But with it being so short now between the two players, it's just a matter of 1 or 2 all-ins, and we will have a champion crowned. Queen 7. Goes to the raise. I like that he's being a little bit more aggressive now, starting to just prod on his opponent a little bit more, which is good. Definitely incentivized to do so with that big blind ante, of course. Just trying to whittle your opponent down slowly. King 5-0 for Segerom. Folds. The brand here with the threes, going to be an easy shove. Yep. Wait, what's he doing there? He's got 9 big blinds. Very strange. He's gone for the raise, but don't see why. Segerom with the King 8. Who's it going to be that's going to deliver the final dagger blow? Segerom here with the button, 5-4 suited. I'm sure also would be profitable shove, but guessing he will limp. Goes for the stab with the 5-4. Should get it done. His opponent does have a backdoor flush draw, but at this depth it's just so difficult to do anything about it. And yeah, has to fold. Hildebrand with the 6-4. Just fold this one at this depth. Maybe you can go for a limp still, versus this type of opponent. Not going to do enough, but does choose to limp and say around with the 8-3. Not much for either player on the flop, and Sager, I'm turning a gut shot here with the 8. Just checking it over. 9 on the river. I think that we could represent this card as Sager. Going to be checking a lot of 9x on the turn. We're still going to have some 10x that we want to bet, some king x. Segaram 10-9. Comes in for the limp. Got a shot versus 2 pair here. Ooh, and Segaram Rivers. Nut straight. Out of nowhere. And let's see if Hildebrand will pay off one more street. Checks back flop, bets turn, then bets a tiny size on the river. Does find the call, and he's going to see the bad news. And that's the nut straight, and once again the tide turning. And ace 4 for Hildebrand is going to be an easy shove for the 6 big blinds. And Segram looks interested with the Jack 9 here. Gonna just take his time to mull it over. Thinking, do I want to gamble now? Try and knock him out. Try and get it over with. And here we are, back for the closing stages. 300k big blind now, so not a lot of chips to work with for these guys. Very, very short. He's all in with the Jack 9, and the band has the same hand, but 5 and a bit big blinds behind. May elect to keep hold of those for now. And long tank. Alex not to, and slowly whittling down. Ace 3 off. Easy jam for 5.5 big blinds. And Queen Jack suited will certainly be calling. No chance of folding that for the 5.5 big blinds. So we're going to be off to the races here. Can Segoram get it done? Safe so far. Looking to fade a queen or a jack. Ooh, there's the queen for Segoram. Just an ace away, or dodging an ace away, should I say, from the Swedish Masters title here. It's been a topsy-turvy heads-up match. Segoram came in with the 11-1 chip lead. Hildebrand grinded it back, and Segoram, with a good run of cards, ended up managing to finish it off. And congratulations to our Swedish Poker Master champion, taking home 26,000 euros. Big win, very well done, sir. A legend among the Swedish community, no doubt, etched into Swedish poker history. Guys, you could be joining us here in the future. Check out all of the details over at bancocasino.sk for the upcoming Winamax and the Festival Series. We look forward to seeing you soon. Goodbye.
say.